anybody's old enough to remember that. I guess I need to read the script if I can find it.
Could you be sure to have a microphone nearby? You're a little soft.
Remember that. Soft, am I? Okay. Representative McGuire and I will share this. I think I can. No, I don't. It's down here. Oh, yes, yes. As the subcommittee chairman of the House ED&A Committee regarding Part 7 and Senate Bill, Omnibus Senate Bill 133, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor and as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67, the government's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body.
Excuse me, Representative Sitek, it's difficult to hear you. Your voice is very soft. I mean, I know the words because I've heard them before, but otherwise I might not understand you. Sorry.
Let's try again. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. The question before the House is whether Pam can hear us.
Sounds good. Thank you.
An executive session will not be held today. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that. But wait, there's more. All members of this committee and select legislative staff and interested members of the public have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with the House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing this meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us, the normal extension. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting, that's too bad. The meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance of the subcommittee. Each member, when I call your name, please state your presence and where you are, whether anyone is with you in the room during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law for inexplicable reasons. Pardon the editorialism. That's fine. Okay, the subcommittee is Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Fontenot. Representative O'Brien. Representative Judy. We work for a subcommittee.
That's a very interesting question. I'm not sure. We do have other members of the committee present.
Representative Groden was interested. Is she present? Can you deputize someone to get three?
We have Representative Schmidt, Representative Shewitt, and Representative Gold present. We can deputize all of them.
It's fine with me because, as they said, we are not taking a vote, but I would like to achieve consensus if that's possible. To the extent that that's possible, I think we can. I think
The reason we're not taking a vote is that we don't have a final amendment and that we will need a complete amendment for Senate Bill 133. But if we agree on what this section of the amendment ought to say, it'll make Pam's job in stitching the pieces together much, much easier.
now I have a question for Representative Goley, Representative Schmidt, and Representative Shewitt. There had been some emails, and one of them contains the latest a late version of the changes made by OPLC to Section 7. Do you have that draft change? I didn't email it to you. I'm happy to suspend for a minute and email it to people. If think that-
I have a copy, Mr. Chair.
You have a copy, okay.
I do not have a copy, Mr. Chair, but I'm happy to participate.
Okay, Representative Schmidt, I will go through the changes so that I don't think you'll actually need it because they're very easy to understand. They're
Very good. I accept that as an alternative.
okay. Representative Schuett, I think I interrupted you.
That's okay. Thank you. I did not look for that, didn't know to, so I have not seen it.
Well, you represent, being here represents an unexpected pleasure, but as I said to Representative Schmidt, I think what I'm about to say will be easy to understand and non-controversial. As a matter of fact, it's what we had agreed, had requested at our first subcommittee meeting. It's
All
pretty
right.
clear. It's pretty clear we're going to need another subcommittee meeting, and you'll see why in a minute. First, let me go through the changes that OPLC made and then apprise you of some late-breaking helpful developments. But let's do one thing at a time. They inserted, first I see Mr. Porter and Mike and Tom, Mr. Broderick here. Looking at part 7, section 2, you've inserted the standing orders. Is that correct? I'm just not familiar enough with this all happened pretty quick. Is that new?
Correct. And so this is well, part 7, section 2. Yep.
Tom, hold on just a second.
Sure thing.
For the benefit of Representative Schuett and Schmidt, why don't you please explain what you have put in here because it's technical, but I want them to understand.
Sure. And just for clarity, would you like me to go through all the changes as requested by the subcommittee last meeting plus what we've added, or?
I want you, first, that's a wonderful suggestion. I wish I had thought of it. Yes, except for the very last 2 that you inserted with Word, I'll talk about them separately.
Okay. So first, if of the Word document, well, part 7, we added in a new section 2 on standing orders to amend our general statute 310A1D to insert a new subsection saying all board, councils, and commissions may issue standing orders delegating non-discretionary tasks to staff at the OPLC. The reason for this actually came about due to a ongoing audit of the dental board. And I'm not sure how much detail I can give here, but just by way of background, some of our boards or many of our boards have issued standing orders to allow staff to issue licenses if certain criteria are met in between meetings. And so if a profession requires as their licensure I don't know how to say a list of non-discretionary things, like you need to have graduated from an accredited school in dental, and you need to pay the fee, and you need to submit your resume. If those criteria are met, the boards have issued a standing order saying staff may give a license to the individual in between a board meeting, so that that individual doesn't need to wait another 30 days to get their license for the board to review the application. And then there's a carve out that says if anything, if any of the following are found on the application, the administrator forwards this to the board and it gets reviewed at the next board meeting. And we lay out there if the person has a criminal record, if they have any action taken by a board in another state. Really, the board can set the parameters there. So we have had some boards do this at a recent audit, the dental board audit. The LBA auditor suggested that the board may not have the authority to do that and had suggested that if they wanted to do that, they may need to seek legislative change. So we threw this in, or we thoughtfully put this in, I should say, because we found that that's very helpful. The boards like it. It lets people get licensed quicker. And just notice it still is up to the board. It's that the board may issue the standing order. We have some boards that have said, we want to keep seeing all the applications. But it is something that has been helpful, I think, both administratively and to the public.
Mr. Broderick, before I comment on that, I have a question, but I want to welcome Representative O'Brien. And I know that Representative Schmidt has his hand up, and we'll get to that in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me make absolutely clear, this has nothing to do with policy. This has to do with, are the boxes checked? And the may issue the standing orders implies that they may revoke the standing orders.
Correct. So to your first point, we have some boards that require for their initial license some subjective requirements. So actually, an example is psychology. I see Dr. Warner is here. Psychology has essay questions that need to be, well, not graded, need to be reviewed by the board. So for psychology, they really can't do this specific standing order at this time. But other boards, yeah, it's checking the box. Do they have this education? Have they paid the fee? And if those requirements are met,
By
yes.
checking the box, I mean there's no, I'm emphasizing it's non-discretionary. This is,
Correct.
did they jump through the hoop or not?
Correct. Yep.
Now, you mentioned in what you just said that there was a carve out, and I don't see that in section 2. Where is this carve out that you said? That they could wait till the next meeting, whatever.
Oh, well, the carve out is in the way we draft up the standing orders. So I actually have one. If the committee would like to see an example, I have one up because I was just discussing this with a different board. But we draft them like this specific standing order. We draft to say, here are where the board can issue. The board can issue the license if the general requirements are met. But if the application contains any of the following, the administrator hangs on to that application and brings it to the next board meeting. And so that's what I meant with the carve out. So it will say something along the lines of, if the application shows that they have any criminal record, it gets brought to the board's next meeting. If the person has a record from any other jurisdiction, a board in any other jurisdiction, it gets brought to the next board meeting. And it really allows the board to determine the exact constraints of when they want to see it and when they're okay with the administrator issuing it.
So the short take is that if all the boxes cannot be checked, it's got to be kicked back, and that's part of the standing order.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will turn on my camera. So, Tom, when you began, you said may issue, and I'm wondering whether there's any distinction between, I mean, are we talking about renewal of licenses only, or are we talking about people as well who might be brand new? Because you mentioned several things that that one would assume would not be applicable for renewals, that in that criminal background issues and so forth. Obviously somebody can get in trouble even if they're already licensed, but So are we talking about anybody or just renewals here?
So the wording we proposed in what is in front of the subcommittee is broad and would allow any non-discretionary matter to be in a standing order delegated to the board's administrator. And so a board could choose to say just initial applications. The standing order only applies to initial applications, or the standing order only applies to renewals. The boards that have implemented this process, I believe they all say for initial licenses, for renewals, and for reinstatements.
Okay, it was just uncertain in my mind. Good morning, by the way. Thank you. So I'm okay for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Schmidt, we're glad to hear you're good for the moment. There will be more moments.
I'm sure.
Please go on, Tom.
Sure thing. Let me just pull that back up. So the next change in what we had sent over is to, let's see, they're on page 1. So it's part 7, the original section 2. I did not go through and renumber the sections. So 310A1H1. This was requested by the subcommittee. We deleted the in consultation with, and we added in when requested by. So instead of saying in consultation with the board, the office shall assign an investigator, it says when requested by the board, the office shall assign.
Yeah, hold on a second. That wasn't what we had talked about, as I recall. That's something, that's one of the later changes.
No, that was
That-
something we
that-
talked about in the initial plan, initial subcommittee. We wanted to make sure that it was obvious and clear that it was the board deciding that they wanted an investigator from the office rather than some other process. And that was what that language was to address.
Okay, but, and the subcommittee doesn't know this, there is in your word, a subcommittee, understand you don't see this yet, I'll get to it. You had an additional change, and I'm confusing that. I'm not sure the distinction between the additional change and the change we requested.
Yes, and I actually don't have that document open up, but I can if you want to go through that. Just as a,
Tell you what, that's not what I want to talk about at the moment, but let's look at this. You have the wording when in the court, you have eliminated in consultation with and replaced it with when requested by the board, the office shall assign an investigator, comma. That is hanging, and I think it needs something. It's going to need some polishing up like this. Well, I'll suggest something like this. When requested by the board and to the extent requested by the board, the office shall assign an investigator who may assist in the investigation. Does that sound all right to you? I'm looking mostly for the fact that it just dangles right now.
I'm okay with that. Mike is our is an enforcement unit, so I just want to make sure he has the opportunity to chime in.
All right, good morning, Mike. Speak, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So I think instead of the comma, I think that was supposed to be just a period and a hard stop. And I think the intent of it was to clearly leave the designation by the board that if they request it, that we shall provide it. And I think that it was, instead of a comma, it just should be a period with a hard stop.
Okay, do you have any, even with a hard stop, it seems to be kind of a slightly awkward sentence. Do you have any objection to the wording that I proposed?
Nope, I think it still meets, I absolutely still think it meets the intent. So no, I don't.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so subcommittee, you've heard the gist of what we've talked about. This is mostly what I view about 99%, 100% grammar style. Please go on, Tom.
Sure. Directly under that, I added a new provision 1A. And this was, I think, the main concern of the subcommittee, stating the procedures set forth in 310A1H through 310A1L are supplementary and shall not supplant or supersede any procedures expressly set forth in any board's individual practice act.
I think that was the main issue that we were talking about. Representative Goley, do you?
I agree with that, Mr. Chair. And that was one of the issues I had brought up that I had trouble with, and I'm glad to see it's corrected. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, proceed, please.
Sure thing, and I'm my son just got up, so you might hear him in the background. I can go upstairs if I need to. So the bottom of that same page, subsection 4 of 310A1H. Here was where the subcommittee wanted some clarification on when a board can disclose information to law enforcement and health licensing agencies. So I added in may disclose information acquired in an investigation to law enforcement if it involves suspected criminal activity. And that's all I added. And then it goes on to health licensing agencies in this state or any other jurisdiction, or in response to specific statutory requirements or court orders.
Okay,
And
I think that meets the I know that meets the subcommittee's object or concern, unless the subcommittee or other members of our committee have something to say. I'd like to ask Tom to move on. Okay? Tom? No hands. Look, Mom, no hands.
No hands. Okay.
Next, please, Tom.
The next one was very minor. The next top of next page, subsection 6. It used to say the board may dismiss a complaint. It now says each board may dismiss a complaint. And I believe this was to Representative Goley's concern, just for clarity.
I think you're right, and you said what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Next one is section 7 below. And if you could just give me 1 minute, my son is downstairs now, so I want to move somewhere with less noise. Subsection 7 dealt with when the board can take non-disciplinary remedial action. Well, that the individual have the right.
Tom, you froze up there for a second and your speech was blocked as well. Can you repeat the last second?
Sure
Mr. Chair,
thing.
if I may, Mr. Chair, before we move on,
Go ahead, Representative Goley.
just go back briefly, Tom, on 6, Roman numeral 6, each board that we changed to each board. I just have a quick question because underneath it, the way the boards are defined, and that's what I explained was, I thought was different, is it says boards, which shall include all boards, councils, and commissions. And that was the language I was looking for. I don't know if that is just a technical change or if we're okay with, do you see what I'm talking about? If you look right below that?
I think.
Do. So it was drafted that each, all right. If you scroll up to the beginning of section 2, you'll see 310, this is creating a new chapter, 310A1H. And subsection 1 begins by saying boards, which shall include all boards, councils, and commissions. So, and the provision we had talked about that we changed each board is in that chapter or in that subsection in 310A1H. And so my read of it is that in subsection 1, we're defining boards broadly as all boards, councils, and commissions. And then in subsection 6, we're saying each board, which means all boards, councils, and commissions. So that's why I changed it to just this, but I'm happy to further work on that if need be.
I was just wondering if it should stay consistent in wording throughout the statutes. That was my only concern.
I think you can achieve that consistency by capitalizing the B because it's capitalized in where you define it originally. The capital B includes little b.
Actually, I tend to agree with Tom that in this section, you define boards once, and then all the rest of the language just says the board, the board, the board. So-
Except in paragraph 4, it says the office or the boards, councils, and commissions.
And that's what I'm going along with, that it's not consistent.
Then you might as well stick the councils, commissions, and so forth into Roman 6 while we're at it. It's-
All right, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
so moving on to 7.
So subsection 7, this I would change to add upon making an affirmative finding, and then I added after notice and an opportunity for a hearing, the board, council, or commission may take non-disciplinary remedial action. And this was to, the subcommittee was concerned that it didn't clearly state that they have an opportunity for a hearing if the board's going to take this action. So we added this in.
Okay, seeing no objections or questions, please proceed.
All right, and then the next change that you'll see in front of you is I added in a subsection 8 directly underneath that says all proceedings for non-disciplinary remedial action shall be exempt from the provisions of RSA 91A, except that the board may disclose any final remedial action that affects the status of a license, including any non-disciplinary restrictions imposed. So to explain this, this was not something that the subcommittee had requested. When I went through this again, I believed this was missing. So that the only board right now that has this this option to take non-disciplinary remedial action is the Board of Medicine. And I believe they found it helpful if someone does not have the mental capacity temporarily or permanently to practice anymore, they can take non-disciplinary remedial action. As you can imagine, any hearing on those matters would contain a lot of sensitive medical, psychological information. And so the Board of Medicine statute has this provisions basically saying the hearing's closed to the public. Any full order would be closed to the public. However, the board will make public that like the disciplinary or the actions, the restrictions that the board put on the license. I thought we had missed putting that in this provision, so I added it here.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Subcommittee, the idea is the non-disciplinary part is keeping this confidential for the reasons Tom said is makes sense. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you, Representative O'Brien.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on, and if anybody has an objection, we'll listen or concern. Please proceed, Tom.
Sure. The next change was a very simple one on page 4, subsection 3 of 310A1K. There was just a typo. It had said sections. Prior to imposing any sections, I changed that to sanctions. I don't think there will be any concerns about that. And that was it in what I originally had sent to the board or to the subcommittee. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think the subcommittee has heard that. And I'd like to bring up what some helpful developments. There have been some recent, like within the past 48 hours, developments that I have not really been privy to. I've just learned about them myself. And they were, I believe, instituted or discovered by Dr. Warner. And I'm going to ask Tom to comment on those. They fall into two categories. One are helpful elimination of redundancies or clarifications. The other has to do with, from what I understand, and I don't know this, has to do with disciplinary, her suggestions she made with respect to the disciplinary procedure. Now, in the course of that, it became clear that the Board of Psychologists and Psychology and the medical board have different disciplinary proceedings. OPLC has no issue with the substance of the how a disciplinary hearing is done, but it does have a concern about the general desire of keeping all of the disciplinary proceedings as uniform as possible to promote efficiency and consistency. So I would like Tom first to discuss the ones that I'll call that are basically that are the cleanup. Then we'll address the other.
Sure thing. And just to add to that explanation, after I had sent the subcommittee our draft on Monday or Friday, I don't remember when I sent my copy, I had provided it to Dr. Warner, and she helpfully provided some feedback as well. So some of the changes she had provided to us, we had disagreed with respectfully, but she did helpfully find out 2 or 3 other issues. And they're all fairly minor, but they're important. So again, going back to page 1, so 310A1H1, this is related to the other change. We had changed it from in consultation with the board, the office shall assign an investigator. We had changed it to when requested by the board, the office shall assign an investigator. It originally had continued, who shall complete the investigation in accordance with rules adopted by the executive director. Dr. Warner helpfully pointed out that with the change to state that these procedures are supplementary and don't supplant individual boards' procedures, it's no longer correct to say that if an investigator is appointed, they need to follow the rules adopted by the executive director. So we're proposing we can just eliminate that last clause. And I understand, Representative Sytek, that you would like some additional language to sort of finish off that clause.
Okay, and what I did early in our first, you may recall, I conflated the fact that there were 2 changes made here. One we requested as a subcommittee, the other pointed out by Dr. Warner, but we've addressed them both at this point. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. The next change, please.
Sure. The next change that Dr. Warner had pointed out is on involves page 2 and page 3. So subsection 4 on page 2, that's 310A1I subsection 4. And top of page 3, 310A1J1. So the first section began by saying disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public. Then it continues final board actions. It goes on, but it says disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public. If you scroll down, 310A1J1 begins by saying disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public, comma, except upon order by the board, council, or commission upon good cause shown. So these 2 conflict with each other. My recommendation to deal with this confliction is to get rid of the first sentence that simply says disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public. The more specific one should stand, which allows the board in limited circumstances to close a hearing or portions of a hearing to the public. And again, the same concerns. If there's highly confidential medical information that must be discussed as part of the hearing, I think it really should be non-public.
So which section would you be deleting? The part that talks about final actions and so forth?
I would recommend deleting the first sentence of that section. So the first sentence of 310A1I subsection 4, which is on page 2.
Right, thank you.
The sentence, disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public.
And Representative Gola, you noticed that it said by order of the board, council, or commission, right?
Correct. So it stays specific.
Okay, the next change, please.
Sure, there was only one more, and this was actually one I caught, I believe, when going through. Hold on, let me. Oh, so when we went through this before, I had mentioned that I added in the provision to make non-disciplinary remedial actions exempt from disclosure under 91A. And I had said I had added it in because I did not see it in the draft. I was wrong. It does occur in the draft on page, what is it? Page 310A1J, subsection 6 had the same exact language as what I had added in. However, I believe it makes more sense up where I added it in because it's with the section on non-disciplinary remedial action. So my suggestion is to delete it from 310A1J and essentially move it up to the new section I had created.
Okay.
This is I guess, more organization of the statute than anything.
I think that, Dr. Warner?
Yes, thank you. I had raised my hand on the other item about the conflict between those two things about having the hearing made public. And I just wanted to point out that eliminating the general one and going to the more specific one is very helpful and allows the board to close a portion of the meeting for good cause. And that will make it consistent with, for example, the privacy statute language change that was made several years ago, that if a patient is subpoenaed to testify at a hearing and they would like that to be shielded from the public, that they can. And so this helps reflect that.
Great. If I hear no concerns or objections by the subcommittee, I'd like to speak with, oh, do I see a hand? I will speak with OPLC after this, or just to be sure that we have these changes so that the subcommittee can vote an amendment on section 7. But that brings me to the last issue, which is substantive. It's come to my attention in the course of this last few hours, the past 48 hours, that the disciplinary procedure for the Board of Psychology is different than the disciplinary procedure for, say, the other boards, in particular the Board of Medicine. And my instinct is the whole point of what we've been doing lately is that unless there is good reason shown, the disciplinary hearings should be the same. And I would like to either make the disciplinary hearings for procedure for the Board of Psychology agree or be the same as consistent with the Board of Medicine, or the other way. I'm not sure why we have two on the street. And that represents a substantive change, which I can undertake on my own and have an amendment, a separate amendment. But I want to alert the subcommittee that that is an issue, or could be an issue. Now, the subcommittee can choose to, I want to hear from Dr. Warner because I expect that she'll object to my concern. And I'm willing to listen to reason, but I do listen to reason. But without good reason, I would like to have that resolved. Now, whether it is worth the trouble at this point is a question for the subcommittee or the full committee to decide. We have right now, if I don't say another word, a fine document in section 7, which OPLC and get into good form for our vote at our next subcommittee meeting. Got to figure out when that will be, by the way. So having said that, I'd like to hear from Dr. Warner, I guess, why the Board of Psychology cannot use the Board of Medicine's disciplinary procedure if she's not, if she's ready, if you're ready to discuss that. I realize I'm springing this on you.
Sure.
So,
Sure, I am always ready to discuss that.
okay, go ahead, please.
That's just fine. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it very much. I think that the Board of Psychology has done a lot of work on their procedures, probably more so than many of the other boards. And so we've refined it greatly. I think that the Board of Medicine could perhaps adopt some of our more advanced procedures. But then again, they are a much larger profession, and some of those things might not be workable or feasible for them. I think that certainly for the sanity of the OPLC attorneys and the process, a consistency is highly desirable, and I think it would be a nice goal. Perhaps one might put together like a 2-year study in addition, outside of this whole omnibus bill, but a study to look at what are the better parts of all the various boards and see if they could be brought together into some sort of amalgamation that would be fruitful for the sanity of OPLC as well as the good jurisdiction of these boards. But there are things like the privacy statute that several of you are very, very familiar with. You, Representative Sytek, Representative McGuire, Representative Schmidt, and others were very involved in that privacy matter. And we were hoping, Representative Neil Kirk and I had certainly hoped that after practice and in the boards of mental health practice and Board of Psychologists, that those procedures could be refined a little bit and perhaps promulgated to the other boards. There are things like that, as well as our own and the Board of Mental Health 2-step process in terms of allegation and then complaint. That is very, very good for both protecting the public as well as being fair to the professions. The Board of Medicine has something slightly similar, I believe, where they do some mediation before it goes before review. But these things, there's many, many fine points to this that I think should be very much closely examined, and especially with a commission, perhaps with representatives from these different boards or people who are that are familiar with these processes that could examine this in detail. And also obviously OPLC involved so that they can say what they think will be reasonable for them to do. So that's what I would suggest for your desire to bring consistency. I'm not against consistency, but there's a lot of cumbersome things to deal with on that path.
I'm going to ask for OPLC's comment, but let's recognize Representative Schuett first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an appreciation for the need for privacy for particularly, as Dr. Warner suggested, patients who are testifying in any of these fields. There's always the concern with HIPAA regulations, et cetera, for what's divulged. I'm a little saddened to not see representatives of the other boards that are being mentioned present for input this morning. I think that might be helpful. I would ask also, I believe that as large as this overhaul of OPLC is, I think we can probably all agree that there will probably need to be some tweaks going forward after this is enacted. And I'm wondering if it would be useful, if it's necessary for us to give permission, or if it's just something that OPLC could foster to have, instead of a commission, just perhaps casual meetings of representatives of each of the medical field boards particularly get together and talk about where they could come to agreement on these kinds of subjects. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schuett, I think you're absolutely right, but the section that we left in saying disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public, except upon order of the board, etc., upon good cause shown. I think protecting the privacy of a third party is definitely good cause.
Okay, none,
I think that's covered.
okay, but the general question about which Representative Schuett brings up is whether we, by implication, whether we need to address that today, or whether, consistent with what Dr. Warner has said, this is a larger picture and maybe we want to look at various medical boards and dental, nurse, the Board of Medicine itself, and try to re-examine either on OPLC's own to suggest possible tweaks as Representative Schuett described them. So I think we're probably going to leave this battle for another day. Although I think it's worth spending the time, one time, to try to get the procedures, uniform procedure, because I don't see much difference, any difference between how the Board of Medicine may approach a complaint as opposed to the Board of Psychology. Let's get the best of both worlds. Okay, I think Representative Schmidt is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this issue of privacy is really central to our deliberations. And I was troubled at first when I said that, when I heard that, that proceedings are going to be open to the public, because the one thing that differentiates us most from other creatures on the planet is what sometimes is called spirit or mind, but is absolutely central. And to the degree that you got a bad knee or a shoulder or whatever, if you're an athlete and bad shoulder puts you out of action, it's unfortunate, but that's not the kind of thing that is so important. But to the degree that somebody, and that's why the Board of Psychiatry is special. And so I think that the privacy of people, and not only if they're testifying, but perhaps the complaint would involve something that doesn't involve testimony of the patient, of the individual, the client, but involves discussion of how the practitioner may have sinned, if you will, against that person, where their private matters would come under discussion. That absolutely cannot be open to the public. So I think we have to have language that makes it clear. And I'm okay with the psychiatrist and the Board of Psychiatry being a special case.
It is the Board of Psychology.
Oh, sorry. So
And,
I'm psychology. Thank you for correcting that, Mr. Chair.
You and I can talk about that when that day ever dawns, but I think medical issues such as getting whether you have an STD is something that is a little different than a sore shoulder. So I think they
Yeah.
have,
There are issues out there, but the privacy aspect is especially crucial with, I think, the Board of Psychology.
and if there were a box up there that had somebody from the medical profession, they might say the same thing. But let's leave that battle for another day.
I agree to that too, Mr. Chairman.
I have a suggestion. Perhaps we could extend something like good cause shall include the private information of individuals other than the licensee. Because the licensee's private information is something that's a matter of discipline, but the individuals other than the licensee should not be public information, in my opinion.
I think the chair's observation that we're going to save it for another day gives us the opportunity to ruminate about this whole complex and come up with alternatives for that other day.
It isn't that I disagree with Representative McGuire, it's just that I haven't had a chance to think about it. And I think it's a part of the bigger picture. I realize that sounds like kicking the can down the road, and it is, but it's being done in good faith. That I'd like to try to get the best of such as it may be. Things may, well, that's for another day. Mr. Porter, Mike, you're up.
Hi, thank you very much. So I wanted to go back to something Representative Schuett mentioned, which is casualties rather than a study, and I couldn't agree more. And so something I want to let the subcommittee know is part of my job as the enforcement administrator is kind of like being an ambassador to all the boards, where we are meeting with each board individually, and there's 55 total, so it's going to take a while, but we are flushing out processes that work versus processes that don't work. And I think one of the central issues that I think I know I mentioned in the very, very beginning a couple weeks ago was the balance of the public health, safety, and welfare with the due process rights of the licensee. And when we talk about public health, safety, and welfare, we also really need to include, for the disciplinary portion, the privacy of third parties. And I know I've had these conversations with Dr. Warner about, when to subpoena records, who's authorized. But more importantly, some of the trends, unfortunately, that we've been seeing here in enforcement involve sexual assault allegations. And those can be career enders for the licensee, but it can also be very difficult for the alleged victim. And we do have victims who are victims of sexual assault. And I think having these privacy issues, having those closed off during a hearing, this isn't criminal court, this is administrative. And I think that it is something we are having conversations with each board about. So I really want to thank Representative Schuett for talking about that. We are engaged in that, and we will continue to engage. Next week, I think I have 3 board meetings where we'll be discussing these very issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porter.
So, Mr. Porter, do I take from this that as time goes by, you will be examining the disciplinary proceedings for the various boards and doing some of this on your, or making suggestions on your own? I came at it just from the consistency of the 2 boards, psychology and medical. It may be a bigger picture than that. And I would look forward to seeing a uniform procedure among the medical professions, with exceptions as appropriate. So is that fair to expect this for the next few years?
Very fair. And I definitely want to say that, like the medical board, I'm working closely with the MRSC as well as the Board of Medicine. And our ultimate goal with this bill is exactly what you just mentioned: consistency and efficiency across all boards, because that actually helps the general public as well.
Mike, thank you. And if Schmidt and I get reelected when this gets done, let us know, okay?
I was going to ask the same thing, but you beat me to it.
Then, at this point, I think we're going to leave that big picture as part of the big picture. I'm going to ask for OPLC to continue its fine, really great work you did in buffing, not buffing it up, changing this section 7 in accordance with what you've heard from the subcommittee. I will ask that when requested by the board, the office shall assign an investigator full stop be changed to something like when requested by the board, and to the extent requested by the board, the office shall assign an investigator who may assist in the investigation. I think that just smoother and keeps clear that the board is driving the bus. Right, Mike? Right, Tom?
Correct. Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Well, no,
I-
I like to listen to reason, even if I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I agree that it doesn't, I don't think it changes it in a way that we would be unhappy with. I think it just makes that clearer. I'm happy to take what we discussed today, including the all boards, councils, and commissions language that Representative Goley had mentioned, and get it back to the subcommittee.
Actually, since we've covered all of the changes you wanted to make, is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, then please send that revised language to the full committee so that we can go over it as we are going section by section through SB 133.
Sure. And Chairwoman McGuire, when I haven't yet done that, do I send it to you for distribution to the subcommittee, or or to the committee, or do I send it the listserv or the?
Send it to the list of the whole committee.
Okay.
For the benefit of the committee, we will be discussing next Tuesday. We have an executive session on Senate Bill 114, and we will follow that by what an exec session on other bills as we can. Senate Bill 133, Pam and I disagree on whether it's an exec session or a subcommittee or work session, but we'll be going over each of the sections to say, do we pass it, do we kill it, or do we amend it? And then we will have Pam put together a final amendment so that we can vote on that at a subsequent executive session, just to let you know what the plan is.
Madam Chair, which day did you say the exec for 114?
Tuesday,
Thank you.
next Tuesday, the 4th, I think it is. We will have to have an exec session after that because there is also a work session on
155 is on the 6th, I believe, has a couple,
right there. So we'll have to have something the following week.
right? Thank you.
And actually, Tom and Lindsay, I just saw Lindsay's suggestion about some changes for that she wants included in here. And I think they might be better in Senate Bill 52. So
Sure. I don't know if Lindsay's on, but not a panelist. I'm sure that's fine to get in wherever it needs to get in.
Well, this is about the requirement that the board sign the licenses.
Correct. Yep.
So if that amendment I'm assigning to the subcommittee, it is equally applicable to 52. And I think it's actually more appropriate because it's a technical change rather than a substantive change.
Okay.
What could require seeing reason for the subcommittee to meet again? I think we just present this to the committee with these changes.
I think that we'll be getting from
Right. How's that sound to the other people from EDNA to skip an actual subcommittee meeting or just the formality of one? at our next meeting to present this, the amendment with these basically technical changes. So it does- I hope it sounds all right to you too. Not hearing.
It doesn't sound like any objections.
Okay.
I'll get Representative Kubovich for the.
Right,
other
well,
stuff.
at this point, I'm going to say thank you to all for participating. And before we adjourn, I'm going to invite Mike and Tom to get back to work. Okay. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Somebody knows how to end this thing. I'm going to try to be early enough next time to
Thank you.
turn on my computer, so.
Yeah, there's only two you might want to do up there.
Thanks, I had a great time. Thank you for saying.
Yeah, you picture your face.
Oh, thanks. It's always a pleasure. I think I'll stick around for a few minutes of this anyway.
Yeah, do you have the forms for the clerk of us?
Oh, does he have to give the speech too?
Yeah.
You have to give the speech, it's back here. Bottom. Oh, I gotta write up a report for this. It starts at the bottom, but it's gonna be a subcommittee. Not a committee. Oh, you got it. Maybe turn the form over back. Whoops.
It's not the, it's the full page.
Oh, okay, it must be rearranged. Yeah, see, what they've done is they've stripped, this is apparently not. Correct.
This is list of people.
Only if you're subcommittee, the other.
Is hand on IHS,
She should be.
because I need a subcommittee worksheet. Pam, are you on by any chance?
Yes, I'm right here.
I'm going to need a subcommittee report form.
It should be there on the table. It had your name in a orange sticky note near the chairman's chair, one for a packet for Representative Yakubovich and one a packet for you.
I guess you can't see my red face. Thank you.
No problem.
Not sticking around.
I- Listening in on Zoom.
Oh, okay, because I'm gonna, just as a courtesy audience, I'm gonna stick around for a bit. I'd like to see this.
That's enough.
I might learn something.
Like to watch you working, it's so much more relaxed.
It's open to the public. Hello. Welcome to the subcommittee work session. Did I read an announcement? The chair of the subcommittee on all of the parts of SB 133, with the exception of part 5 and 7, and probably the new part 14. I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order number 12, pursuant to the Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen previously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I confirm that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who's got a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes are taken during this meeting. We should all be done by roll call. We can start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know. Representative Yakovovich. Representative Bailey is not present in the committee room. Representative Goldie.
Here, present at home, and my wife is in the other room.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Mr. Chairman, your sound is quite poor at my end of things. I'm wondering whether Representative Fellows even heard your call.
Representative Fellows, are you present?
Now you're good.
I am here. I need to ask you to speak up though. Or to put the microphone closer. It's always a challenge to hear the people that are in the big room.
Representative Roy.
I am here alone on the beach. I would also ask you to speak up because I can't hear you over the sound of the waves.
Thank you. Well, we should record everybody else. There's a Zoom call. Okay, I just can see Peter Schmidt.
Are you calling me, Mr. Chair? I don't believe I'm on the subcommittee, but I am here.
All right, we'll record you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to record Representative O'Brien equally as well, not on the committee, but present and along, I'll be just dropping in for a bit.
Same for me, Mr. Chair. This is Representative Schultz.
Yes. To answer the 91A restrictions, I am present in my home office in Dover and I am alone.
Yeah, this is Representative Fellows. I think I didn't tell you that part. I'm home alone.
Just tell them.
All right. We have Representative Sidek in the room with us for a little while. So, let's open the work session for section 1 of SB 133. If anybody wants to speak. Or, yeah, I guess I can introduce, I should introduce it. That's right. Do you have it? Would you mind introducing it?
Read it. Section 1 would be relative to the definition of licensing agency for purposes of licensing places of assembly.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak in this section?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have my hand up.
Recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to say this is brought forward for changes made, recommended by the fire marshal, and I agree with these changes. I think it's a section I think is good and I'm good with.
Thank you. I agree. Anybody else?
This is Representative Fellows. I'm fine with this section.
Okay. All right. I think we are ready for the motion then.
I move that ought to pass this section.
I'll second it. Tom, you ready? Please call the roll call, Mr. Clerk.
What was the last? So that would be Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
Representative Yakubov, clerk? Yep. Yes. And the chair.
Yes.
So that would be a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Let's move on to section 2. We have the text in front of us. Yes, this
Section 2, repealing the emergency medical services personnel licensure interstate compact.
yes, thank you. We had this discussion on it during the introduction of the bill. Would anybody like to speak now?
I would, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this bill, if it ever becomes necessary, is premature. This compact was joined several years ago. However, it just came into effect last year in the middle of the pandemic. I've read carefully all the arguments against it, and they're all hypothetical, every single one of them. This might happen, that's bad. This could maybe potentially happen, that's bad. But the arguments for it are real. The Department of Defense told us that this would negatively affect military families stationed at our airbase and actually put in peril the airbase itself being located in New Hampshire, which brings over $1 billion of money to the local economy. So weighing those two things, I just cannot see why we would want to repeal this right now after it just came into effect and we really don't know the results of it. If in the future at some point the hypothetical fears of the people against it come to pass, we can always revisit this and fine tune it. But right now, I just don't think it's necessary to repeal this statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do support this section. I was on eDNA when this was voted on and put into place, and I was against it then, and I'm still against it now. I believe we are jumping into something that we truly don't know what the effects are or what is going to happen going on down the road. Using the excuse that we want to be on board so we can have a seat at the table, I think is a poor excuse. Let this thing form. We ought to sit back, see how it works, see what happens before we jump in. And this is with not just this compact, but the number of compacts we've gone into. I look at, and I pulled up the language in the RSA regarding this compact, and it's the same boilerplate as all the other compacts. And to borrow, accept, or contract for services of personnel, including but not limited to employees of a member state, to hire employees, elect or appoint officers, fix compensation, define duties, grant individuals appropriate authority to carry out the compact and the commission. And it goes on and on. Purchase and accept appropriate gifts, donation, otherwise, sell, convey, mortgage, pledge, lease, exchange. I don't know how big these compacts are planning to grow and what the cost is going to be. But I think we have the ability here in New Hampshire, if we need help through EMS, to use our mutual aid agreements with surrounding states. We also have the power of the governor to have reciprocity with those who are already licensed if we need them in the time of emergency, declaring a state of emergency without having this compact in place. We've seen that under COVID-19, the biggest pandemic we've had, not needing this. We heard arguments about people going up to other states for wildland fires, and this is a good thing so that they could treat their personnel if needed. I feel that if we're going to other states for wildland fires, those states are under a state of emergency, and their governors could do the same thing that our governor did under this pandemic and have reciprocity for these folks without this being needed. And for the fact that we talk about what ifs, I think the what if is also with the closing of P's because we don't enact this. I think that's a hypothetical as well. I don't think it's justification. I don't think it would happen. So I'm not sure why that was brought up. With that being said, the only other issue I have is these individuals understanding the standing protocols here in New Hampshire. As an EMT, I had to do here in New Hampshire with Manchester Fire Department protocol updates and exams to stay up to date with the state protocols. As we bring people in and out of the state for a weekly tour or 2-week tour or 3-week tour, who are the protocols and who are they going to be using to cover that? And I have concerns about that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of hands up in the attendee list. I don't know if you want to recognize one. One is identified as EMS Compact and the other is Chief Justin Romanello. And if you'd like me to bring them over, I'd be happy to.
Okay, I just have a question for Representative Gawley. So you are to clarify, are you in favor of striking this section or keeping it in the bill?
I'm in favor of keeping it in the bill.
Which will effectively discourage compacts. Is that right?
Could you repeat?
That will effectively nullify the compact agreement we have right now.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's premature.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I better turn on my lights so that people can see me, but I obviously appreciate Representative Goldie's consistency. Position hasn't changed from when the committee adopted this compact a couple of years ago. I served on that subcommittee, as did former Representative Mark Prue. I spoke with him and he was surprised to hear that there was going to be an effort to repeal the bill, to repeal the compact. I believe that our state's experience with compacts has been very strong. As a matter of fact, there are additional entities looking to join compacts with other states that are currently under consideration in other bills that we're hearing. And the examination that I've undertaken with regard to how those compact participants looked at their compacts is that they feel strongly that the compacts are advantageous for the state, advantageous for their profession. And I agree with Representative Roy's remark that the compact on the replica has just gone into effect. We hardly have any experience with it at all. So to prejudge it at this point, I think is premature, especially given the fact that compacts as a general rule in the state are very favorably viewed and that they are desirable. So I hope that we'll hear from people who are stakeholders, as Ms. Marling has just indicated. We have a substantial attendance, so let's hear from them.
Okay, we'll do so at the end, towards the end. Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a guest of your committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. But when this comes before the full committee, I will speak the very same sentiments to expedite things along. I agree with the position of Representative Goldie 100%. And I think repealing this at this time is not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendees? Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't feel that I have any, I don't know very much about this particular area of the compacts, but my focus, the thing that I did care about, because I could understand it to some extent, is the ability of people from New Hampshire to support other states when they're dealing with wildfires, that sort of thing, and that we could get the same help. But as Representative Goldie said, you know, we can do that through other channels. And I know we've been doing for decades, we've been providing support for other states when they have wildfires. So if we could do it before, and seems like we can still do it, that we don't necessarily need this compact.
Thank you. We have somebody from the attendees, you said, Pam?
Yes, I don't know his name. He's just identified as EMS Compact, and then Chief Justin Romanello are both with the panel now. And so they both can unmute themselves and speak and maybe give us a name. Thanks.
Thanks. Good morning. I appreciate you letting me join you here for a moment. My name's Dan Manns. I'm the educator for the Emergency Medical Services Compact. I work for the Interstate Commission for EMS Personnel Practice. We in EMS like to confuse everybody with acronyms, you know. So I work for the commission. Replica is the acronym we use for the legislation. So the terminology kind of gets used interchangeably. My purpose in joining you today, I just wanted to try and clarify some things that I think may have come up in prior testimony that that may be useful for you as you go forward in thinking about a decision on this particular bill. One of the questions was, does the EMS Compact allow out-of-state ambulance services to operate in New Hampshire without obtaining a New Hampshire State Ambulance Service license? The quick answer to that is no. The compact legislation only applies to qualified EMS personnel. The compact has no authority. There's no mention in the compact law that relates to agencies or vehicles. And so the legislation you currently have in place doesn't change anything about New Hampshire's regulatory authority over agencies, ambulances in any way. It only extends the privilege to practice to individually licensed EMS personnel from other compact member states. It was referenced, I heard earlier, the compact did become operational this past year. We've had hundreds of interstate crossings related to COVID support, as well as the historic 2020 wildland fires out west. I heard that also mentioned. I think it's important to note that while individual providers are authorized with this privilege to practice, the compact also provides the receiving state with legal authority over the work of any out-of-state EMS personnel. Another question I understood had come up earlier was, does the compact have any effect on a community's mutual aid arrangements? Again, the quick answer to that is no, because the compact legislation only applies to personnel. The compact really has no authority or involvement in how a community chooses to arrange its mutual aid. I think you may also have heard testimony, this compact does not change or interfere in any way with EMAC, the Emergency Management Assistance Compact. If there's a declared state of emergency in New Hampshire or any other compact member state, the provisions of EMAC supersede replica in that case. Another item I've heard mentioned this morning was about the out-of-state EMS person's scope of practice. Section 4C of the legislation, the model legislation that New Hampshire previously adopted, addresses that question, and it reads, an individual providing patient care in a remote state under the privilege to practice shall function within the scope of practice authorized by the home state where they came from, unless and until modified by an appropriate authority in the remote state. The effect of that is that while the default of the compact is the person uses their home state scope of practice, if New Hampshire felt that it needed to modify that or control that in any way, the compact gives New Hampshire full authority to do that. So you don't give up in any way that authority over personnel entering New Hampshire. I think it's also important to sort of understand, because again, it was mentioned that this is a fairly new activation of this compact, what it is New Hampshire would give up by leaving the compact. And I think one of the things that's sort of baked into the loaf here with this is a level quality platform for persons entering New Hampshire under the privilege to practice provisions. So the current legislation, as you have it, requires all of the member states in the compact to use a common set of standards for their personnel. They all have to be educated to national standards. They have to obtain certification from the National Registry of EMTs, and they must have passed an FBI fingerprint background check. And while most of the compact states require that today, the fingerprint background check specifically becomes effective on October of 2022. I can affirmatively state to you, because I'm coming to you this morning from the great state of Vermont, right next door, where I used to be the state EMS director here, that not all of the states bordering New Hampshire currently meet all of those quality requirements. Another thing New Hampshire would give up is access to the National EMS Coordinated Database. And I'll just give you one sort of example from my experience here as the EMS director in Vermont. We had an applicant from out of state come in, apply for an EMT license in Vermont, check the box on the application indicating he had no prior disciplinary history or license action in any other state. Later, as we were processing this guy's application, we got a call, heard through the grapevine, that this person had been diverting drugs in the state that he was moving from. It turned out he was a physician assistant and an EMT in another state. I ended up calling the state, and they were able to share the information that this guy had been under investigation for diverting drugs in his work as a PA. The practice board in the other state was in the process of its final hearing to revoke this guy's license when he walked in and voluntarily surrendered his PA license and his EMT license. He then moved to Vermont, retook an EMT class, sought licensure in this state, never disclosed the background he was being investigated for in another state. The database that the compact states share would enable New Hampshire to see that kind of information, that investigatory information and license action information for over 300,000 EMS personnel that are in the compact today who could move to New Hampshire and seek license in New Hampshire at some point in the future. It would also, you lose the ability to revoke an out-of-state person's privilege to practice. If someone came in from out of state today, you have the ability, if they come from a compact state, to curtail, remove their scope of practice, just as you could remove the license from any person you issued a license to currently in New Hampshire. If you remove a person's privilege to practice, they lose it in every other compact state, and their home state agrees to investigate whatever happened in New Hampshire just as if it had happened in the home state. Incredibly powerful tool that you end up with in New Hampshire to control bad practice from other people. Final point, I think it's been alluded to, that New Hampshire would become less military friendly by exiting this compact. The compact provides military personnel and their families expedited processing of license applications, as well as the privilege to practice when they move around between compact member states. Sorting out all of those license requirements, paying the fees, and waiting to find work in the civilian sector are all complexities of military life. And that's really the reason that the military so strongly supports these health occupational licensing compacts. So in summary, compact does not allow agencies from member states to cross borders and perform EMS duties, doesn't affect a community's mutual aid agreements. New Hampshire retains full control over the scope of practice of EMS personnel entering the state. Having New Hampshire withdraw from the compact erodes some important public protection elements, and it could create a situation where New Hampshire is viewed as less military friendly. So I thank you. I just wanted to clarify those points, and I'll stay on if there's any questions I could help with.
Thank you. Representative
Mr. Chair.
Gawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to respond to some of that because I think it's a shame at this time in this place, if we can't have a national, we have to be part of a compact to find out someone has had a license revoked. I think it's wrong. And there's a problem with the system if that's what's happening. Second, I'd like to follow up on, we hear that about they can continue with state protocols, but yet we heard they come here under their home state protocols until we determine whether they abide by New Hampshire protocols. I don't know if there's a registry or a database when someone crosses compact to compact state lines that they must immediately notify the Bureau of EMS here in New Hampshire that they've come from another compact state and are practicing here for a point of time. How do we address the issues of protocols and determine when the home state license protocol is transferred over to New Hampshire protocol? Because I heard conflicting information there as to they go along with home state until it's determined by New Hampshire that they use our protocols, and which protocols. I mean, they have to be practicing. I know in Manchester, we had to have a medical director. Our hospital is the Elliott Hospital with Manchester Fire. So it's gonna be different from different communities across the state of New Hampshire as to who the medical director is that they're practicing under, as well as the protocols that they will. So with that, and I also think that in treating the military individuals, we have the ability to, right here in New Hampshire law, we can change that and address the issues to expedite military families with licensing. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Roy?
Thank you. I was, first of all, I was hoping that the witness could respond to Representative Gowley's concerns, and then I had a question myself.
Okay, could we do that, please?
Sure. What specifically would you like me to try and address further?
Well, he just said some concerns about scope of practice and when they would fall under New Hampshire protocols versus their home state protocols. If you could respond to that. Also, it seems like we're talking about this worry about people coming into the state and just setting up shop and not reporting and starting to practice. Isn't it true that they can't until they get a license in the state via the compact or actual New Hampshire license? I mean, no one's going to come in and set up their own EMS shop, are they?
And this is Chief Romanello. Can I answer that just from our perspective from the Bureau of EMS? It might help a little bit.
If Representative Roy is okay with that, I believe he would. Well,
I'd like to hear actually from both. I'd like to hear from the compact itself, and the chief would be great too.
all right, Chief, please.
Sure. Sorry about the interruption. I do want to explain just one piece with New Hampshire. So, and it ties into the comments that the compact had made. So in New Hampshire, 153A is our governor RSA. And so with EMS, the only entities in the state that have the legal ability to provide EMS services are licensed EMS units. As an individual provider, I'm a paramedic. I cannot provide EMS care unless I have an affiliation with a licensed EMS unit. Why that's important here is, as the compact stated with Section 4, is that automatically, based on our rules, an out-of-state provider coming in from their home state into us being a remote state would have to automatically follow New Hampshire rules. And so with that, as a provider, they would have to follow what's required by the licensed unit to perform care. So medical direction, medical resource hospital, which is a mechanism in which the unit gets their medical direction and their ability to practice, all is based on the unit. So those providers automatically would have to fall in line with New Hampshire EMS protocols at the time they begin practicing under that licensed EMS unit. And so I think that would addresses that concern right off the bat. So as an example, I won't pick on anybody in particular, but I'll use Representative Gowley's example with Manchester Fire. if they needed personnel and they called from personnel out of a remote state and they came to Manchester Fire, Manchester Fire would have to put them on their roster, allow them access to the ability to write EMS run reports as a member of the EMS agency. And then also they would be responsible for providing care based on New Hampshire protocols, because that unit has fallen under Elliott Hospital's medical direction and as their medical resource hospital. So that would take care of that issue right off the bat as soon as the unit requested the assistance from an out-of-state EMS agency for that matter. Also, it was mentioned about the ability to practice. And so in 153A20, which is the commissioner of the Department of Safety's ability to make rules, there's a separate section there that further provides protection to the state of New Hampshire from individuals coming into our state under the compact. And that rule, to paraphrase, essentially says emergency medical service units licensed under RSA 153A10 shall not use emergency medical service providers who are privileged to practice from a remote state under the compact in regular and usual staff and patterns or personnel. So this is just a further protection. So why do we even need the compact at this point, right? We can't use it for day-to-day operations. Well, I think COVID is a great example as of when we could have used a compact. And the reason why we didn't is I'm biased because I'm from New Hampshire, but we did a phenomenal job of protecting our providers. We had minimum PPE requirements that enabled them to not be infected. They were super vigilant when they were providing patient care and limiting their ability to do certain interventions that would have put them in a higher danger of infecting the disease. So we did a great job with not having any outbreaks at an agency. Now, if we did, mutual aid would certainly be utilized. But if we found that there was multiple outbreaks and that caused system issues, we certainly may have required the use of the compact. And maybe it would have been more with the private entities providing 911 services because they had ability to pull from out of state. But either way, I think that our response to COVID prevented the necessity of using the compact, but it certainly could have been an example to it. And certainly here to answer any questions or follow up with any comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Roy, do you have further questions?
Well, I do, but I wanted to see if the compact wanted to respond as well.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything Chief Romanello shared there. I think as a practical matter, an EMT entering or a paramedic entering New Hampshire under the compact privilege to practice, as he explained, your state laws already require affiliation with an EMS agency, and that agency is going to be allowing that person use of the equipment, use of the communications, use of the necessary elements for that person to practice. And it makes logical sense in New Hampshire that the person will follow New Hampshire's scope of practice. I think as a practical matter, thinking that ultimately other New England states will enter the compact, which I believe is true, and ultimately some of the cross-border activity may occur with personnel from surrounding New England states. The New England states have been working for a number of years on moving very closely together in their clinical protocols and scopes of practice. So as a practical matter, the differences are pretty subtle today, I think, between what happens in New Hampshire and what happens in the other New England states. But to the extent that's a critical point for New Hampshire, you've got the control, and the way people practice as an affiliate of an agency logically leads to them following the New Hampshire protocols and scope of practice.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Could I ask a question now?
Oh, sorry. Sure. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. this question can go to either the chief or the compact. We've heard a lot of discussion about, fighting fires out west. If there's but we're not talking about firefighters, are we? I mean, we're talking about EMS. And I was wondering if we could get a real world example and not use COVID, because this was passed before COVID. So there must have been a need seen for this before COVID. Can we get a real world example of like who would use this, how and why? Just something so we can, sink our teeth and understand what this really is and who would really be using this.
Sure. I mean, I can probably provide you with that. The state of Colorado was a big user of the compact. They're a member of the compact. They had significant wildfire activity in the past year and had a number of personnel come in as part of their wildland firefighting crews who were in fact providing EMS support to those personnel deployed on the fire lines. In the past, this created complexity for Colorado. Colorado had to receive applications from these people, had to issue temporary licenses or create some other process to enable these people to practice within Colorado legally. The Colorado EMS director, and I've spoken about this a number of times, he said, man, life just got easy, you see, with the compact, because people would come in from out of state. We knew, we knew what their training was. We knew what they were able to do. They were authorized. We didn't have to take any action on them at all to enable and authorize their practice. We knew they were working under appropriate medical direction. And he said, and it solved the problem for those people because Colorado was taking time to process those applications during times when things needed to move very, very quickly. So they viewed it as a huge, huge help, and that it worked out very well in, I don't know how many cases, but I think we're talking into the tens or hundreds of cases that they used it for wildland fire support.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just continue to say that I think under a state of emergency, the governor had done the same thing here. And I guess I would ask the chief, isn't the emergency orders or executive orders by the governor to allow temporary licensure another way to get around this, and if in a time of needed care?
It certainly could be. We didn't, so it was something that we had on our radar if it was necessary. We saw Massachusetts do some pretty drastic temporary waivers with their license. We didn't need to in this response, but it is a tool. I think that in my experience with COVID, there were certainly some delays. And I think that having the compact would alleviate those delays in an ideal world if we had people around us that were able to use, that we could benefit from. So I think it could be, if we needed to make something happen immediately, I think the compact would be beneficial in that case. But certainly the governor can make those emergency rules and orders, and we can get the same effects if we didn't have the compact. But I think the benefit is we do have the compact, sir.
Thank you.
And follow up.
Follow up.
I still need some clarification because I've heard two different scenarios and I'm not sure which is correct, dealing with protocols. The initial I heard was they would be dealing under their home state protocol until it is caught later on whether the state wants them under their state protocol. Then I heard as soon as they come here, they are under state protocol. What's the correct answer?
So I think it's because the way the replica and the compact is written to accommodate the 21 states that are in it. So there has to be some flexibility in with their interpretation of that. As the state EMS official, my interpretation of that is based on how we license units and providers in the state, in that it's spelled out in 153 that the only entities in our state that can provide care are licensed EMS units. I think as soon as somebody comes in from their home state into us as a remote state, that my interpretation and how that rule would be applied is that they now fall under New Hampshire protocols based on the fact that the unit is what is delivering the care, and how our licensed units deliver care is through the use of licensed EMS providers, or in this case, providers that are given that privilege of practice.
One last follow-up.
Follow up.
And prior to patient care and working under New Hampshire protocols, is there any exam they're required to take to show competency in protocols?
So they would, and again, my interpretation is that as soon as somebody came in, they would, and they have to operate under our protocols, then they would have to satisfy the scope of practice requirements that we have in the protocol exam rollout. And again, that would be our requirements once they enter, is that if they're working under our protocols, they would have to follow that, the paramedic scope of practice or EMT scope of practice in protocol rollout. So, and that would be essentially completed or required and completed through the agency and the medical resource hospital.
Thank you.
And in what time frame?
Follow up.
So I'll be honest with you, sir, we don't have a time frame. It would have to happen before they assume the ability to practice, to start practicing patient care. So, I mean, this protocol rollout, it took me 2 hours to complete it at the paramedic level. So it's not a huge time requirement. So, to me, if there was, I see Chris Day was on here. So if AMR needed personnel and he called for assistance from other AMR units that are members of compact states, then my expectation would be is as soon as they came in, they would need to practice under New Hampshire protocols, and that part of the request would be that they would have to meet these requirements, or meet the requirements of the protocol rollout, and they can do that, online for that matter. So I don't see there being any interruption or any care delivered not to the New Hampshire standard based on the fact that they would be operating through that home New Hampshire licensed agency, and before they can have access to the abilities to provide care and the resources, they would need to meet that standard. And that would be my expectation. And if they fail to do that, then it would be, we would have the ability to investigate through compliance, our compliance department, to ensure that that is happening.
Thank you. This is not quite the public hearing. We already had that. So can we please stay brief, if possible, in the future? Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in keeping with that, very briefly, this question goes to, again, either the chief or the compact. We've heard that the same result can be obtained through a governor's emergency order for expedited licensure, but would an emergency order for expedited licensure give us access to the interstate database? And is there anything else that we would not be able to do just because we passed this expedited licensure through a governor's executive order? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me tackle that one. And you're correct that that's one of the things you would give up. You would not have access to the coordinated database, and accordingly, your governor could, under emergency circumstances, say we'll allow an EMT from any other state to enter New Hampshire and work under these exigent circumstances. The downside of that is you really don't know affirmatively how was that person educated. You don't know how that person was tested. You don't have assurance that they have medical direction from their home state, and you wouldn't be able to see them in the database. It was mentioned earlier, gosh, we got to be able to find out if these people are licensed, or had licenses revoked in another state. Great idea. That's really what this compact provides, and it's what does not exist without this compact.
Thank you. We have a few more witnesses. If we can go through them, maybe also on the brief side, please. Who was next, Pam?
Chris Day has his hand up.
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief and defer to everybody's time. I just want to reiterate that I believe that the benefits of this compact far outweigh any potential risks that are out there. New Hampshire participates in upwards of 40 interstate licensure compacts. I don't know of any that we've exited. I also don't know of any that have been put under the microscope as much as this one has in the recent past. I think that particularly in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, taking any tool out of our toolbox as the people that are responsible for the health and safety of the citizens of this state is irresponsible. And we would support examining this further, looking at other protections that we could add to it, but exiting is just not, it just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Who's next? Maybe.
Christopher Arnold from the
Yes.
Department of Defense is next. And we do have two more attendees in the attendee list that I'll promote.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And I'm so happy to be here. Good to see everyone again. I'll respond to the earlier question. Certainly the secretaries of the military departments have made the importance of military spouse licensure explicitly clear as they consider the availability of license reciprocity when evaluating future basing or mission alternatives. And that consideration was codified by Congress as a requirement in the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, Section 2883, which I encourage you all to read, and you can see a copy of in my testimony from the hearing. The secretaries must consider whether the state in which an installation subject to a basing decision is or will be located has entered into reciprocity agreements to recognize and accept professional and occupational licensure and certification credentials granted by or in other states, or allows for the transfer of such licenses and certifications granted by or in other states. So lessons that we've learned through actions taken by states, along with the lessons from other initiatives, such as the National Conference of State Legislatures, the National Governors Association, the Council of State Governments Licensing Consortium, provided DoD an opportunity to consider a working definition of reciprocity. Our definition of reciprocity represents less of an absolute interpretation of the dictionary definition and more of a description of a continuum of opportunities for military spouses to transfer an occupational license between states, which is why we advocate for a variety of solutions simultaneously in the immediate term, the short term, and over the long term. Compacts allow a practitioner to work in multiple states without relicensing. Since these compacts are defined by occupation and approved by the states, they take time to enact. However, significant progress has been made on obtaining the approval of existing compacts. For example, in Rhode Island, Governor McKee has put 6 of the 7 health occupation compacts in his 2021 budget proposal. In Connecticut, Governor Lamont's budget bills have a study of 5 major health compacts, including replica, to be completed by this fall. And in Massachusetts, Governor Baker's executive order from January ordered a similar study with reporting to the governor due later or no later than 1 July, including the 9 occupations that are evaluated by the Department of the Air Force in their basing criteria, which includes EMS. So I have a call with a New England state later today, and the spouse of the Army Chief of Staff, the spouse of the Space Force CSO, the spouse of the Chief of the Air Guard, and several others, where we are discussing the benefits of compacts with the senior leadership in that state. These states have been listening closely to the Department of Defense and our services over the year, that licensure compacts are the preferred end state by DoD and the military services. To obtain full reciprocity, the department has found profession-specific interstate compacts for licensing to be the most beneficial and achievable alternative. Interstate compacts require states to approve them in law to join, and as a result, compacts take time to become more effective. Instead of counting compacts as relevant to the currently available licensing opportunities, we consider a state's commitment to, or we consider them as proving a state's commitment to providing full reciprocity in the future. Thereby repealing a compact would be moving in the opposite direction from how we evaluate that commitment from the states. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the panel may have. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Who's next, Pam?
I think it must be Eric Shellberg. Can you unmute yourself? Oh, there you go.
Morning. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and I will be very brief. I would just like to, I am representing the New Hampshire Paramedic Association, and we are very much in support of keeping replica. So we would like to see Part 2 stricken from this amended bill. And specifically, we are looking at, not to rehash what has been said, what I support, I do support, and we do support for what has been mentioned today. But this also allows for New Hampshire with replica to, this can be a force multiplier for us in times of emergency or in times when additional personnel are needed for specific activities, not for day-to-day operations. And so it's another tool in the toolbox. And also, if there is movement by the legislative body to reduce or to restrict the governor's emergency power orders, this could be a tool that stays in place that will not be affected by that if something like that were to pass. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, of this last testifier.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So up to now, we've mostly been speaking about emergency situations, but I was thinking all along, and you kind of triggered it off again with your remarks, that in an emergency situation, clearly the governor can declare that emergency or address that emergency. But I can imagine there might be other circumstances, and you kind of alluded to that, where it's not an emergency situation where the governor could not act in that capacity. So the compact, it seems to me, would give us additional capabilities. Can you speak to that a little bit more, sir?
Certainly. As I understand from the compact, that if there were a large-scale activity that were to happen, this could allow for personnel to be moved in. However, I will defer that to Mr. Manns and or Chief Romanello.
Okay.
Representative Schultz?
I'd be happy to try and tackle that one.
I'm sorry. Can I go to Representative Schultz?
I'm sorry.
Hand up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a question for Mr. Arnold. I admire the work you're doing to make sure that military spouses are accommodated. And certainly, I think all of us appreciate the service of our military, very much so. I'm wondering, though, have you worked with any states that have looked at devising or writing language at the state level to assist military spouses through our licensing without going through a compact? Is that something you're aware of or worked on yourself, or have any language that you would recommend?
So that's a fantastic question, and I believe I did speak to that briefly in my testimony at the hearing last week. But yes, our office, which is in effect the state government arm of the Department of Defense, has been dealing with military spouse licensure since 2004. And we've passed about 700 pieces of legislation over the last 17 years. So we advocate for a variety of approaches simultaneously. Our goal is for a license to be issued within 30 days. That is the baseline outcome that we are looking for. However, like I said, we're looking for a variety of approaches simultaneously, because a state-specific approach does not always encompass the same definition of reciprocity from one state to another. So if you can guarantee that someone's going to get their license when they're coming to New Hampshire in 30 days, that's wonderful. But what about the New Hampshire domiciled spouse who's serving at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California? You cannot guarantee that that person is going to get a license in 30 days, which is why the compacts present the optimal end state goal for a 50-state license reciprocity. Does that answer your question, Representative Schultz?
Yes, it does, and I appreciate that. You probably did address it in your initial testimony, but I'm listening to things differently now. So I just want to plant that seed. I get why, from your point of view, compacts certainly simplify the process across state borders. But if we go in the direction of not going with a compact, I'd love to circle back with you to see if we can still accommodate spouses in some way.
Absolutely. So I will say that the compact approach is not all encompassing in that there's not a compact for every occupation, nor is every state a member of each compact. In the 2019 National Defense Authorization Act, there was a requirement for the Secretary of Defense to enter into a cooperative agreement with what is known as the Center for Interstate Compacts, which is part of the Council of State Governments, to develop new occupational interstate licensing compacts. And just last month, we did the press release announcing the first 5 occupations that were selected for funding, which include teachers, social workers, dental and dental hygienists, massage therapists, and cosmetologists. But as you know, New Hampshire probably has over 50 occupational boards, and even with 5 more compacts coming online, that would be a total of 12. So for those other occupations, we look at what we call an expedited approach on our continuum. But again, the word expedited is something that varies from state to state. So are you talking about expedited in that we'll just move your occupation to the front of the pile, but then it sits there for 6 months while we're verifying that the algebra you took in 1984 is the same in New Hampshire as it is in Maine? Or does it mean that your application is going to be processed with a minimum of paperwork and a minimum of fees? So one approach that we've seen states take right across the border in Maine, working with their Division of Professional Licensure and Regulation, Commissioner Ann Head, we have a departmental bill that was reported favorably from their Professional Licensure Committee and will likely be enacted this year. That would allow a military spouse, upon submission of an affidavit, to receive a license within 30 days if that affidavit indicates that they meet the standards to practice the occupation in Maine. And essentially, they'll issue them a temporary license while they pursue whatever state-specific requirements there are. And that's a great approach for getting inside of our best practice for that license within 30 days when you're in the state of Maine. But the compacts are the most optimal state in that they represent a national standard for competency, and they work both inside and outside of the state, which is why we advocate for both approaches simultaneously.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I think we're moving a little out of scope for this subcommittee. So
thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your generosity.
thank you, Representative Schultz.
Next, there's Brian Rill, or I'm not sure about the pronunciation, but
all right,
he's here.
You pronounced that correctly, believe it or not. Thank you so much for coming.
Great.
Brian Rill. I represent the professional firefighters of New Hampshire. We have about 2,000 active and retired professional firefighters and paramedics throughout the state. I did speak in the hearing the other day, so I'm not going to restate my testimony for you all. I just wanted to draw some attention to a couple of things that have kind of caught my ear this morning. And while I utterly respect the testimony in favor of replica, I think it's important to note that what we're hearing right now is a lot of confusion and a lot of contradictory testimony. And a few examples of that, we've stated that this is not intended to be for day-to-day use, that this is for significant emergencies, that the governor does not activate the EMAC. But while you look at the language of the law, in the first paragraph, it states that it's for day-to-day use and the day-to-day movement of personnel. That's one area that I think that this is causing some confusion. Additionally, while I respect Chief Romanello's testimony, one of the things that concerns me is that a lot of this is going to rely on his interpretation of the law. And while I think that in many cases that's fine and well and just, I think that it concerns me that the law is not explicitly stated so that we can understand truly what the ramifications of this really have for EMS providers throughout the state. And thirdly, I think that there's been significant contradictory testimony as to whether or not this was used during this pandemic or not. Some have stated that it was used and some have stated that it has not been used. I think what's important to note is that we, in fact, have not had to utilize the replica model throughout this pandemic. We've been under a state of emergency, and our EMS system has been able to weather the storm and provide exemplary service without having glitches in that system. And I think a lot of the reason for this is because we're in a very densely populated area here in the New England states where we have a robust mutual aid system and mutual aid agreements that are developed at the local level. And when you start looking at some of these rural communities, or you start looking at the Midwestern states where EMS services are less densely populated, it's clear that there may be the need for that in those states. However, we are simply looking for a solution to a problem that we do not have. We provide an excellent service as is without the replica model in use. And I think it's, you know, when you talk about hypotheticals, you really are doing a disservice to the state when you start changing a system that is currently functioning as it's supposed to. So with that, I will say that I completely support the repeal of replica and support leaving this as part of the current bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there are no other witnesses to testify, I would like to make a motion and speak to my motion.
Yep. Go ahead, Representative Roy.
There being no further testimony, at this time, I would like to make a motion that the subcommittee make a recommendation to the full committee that the bill be amended so as to strike section 2 in its entirety. And I'm happy to speak to that now if you'd like.
Just to interject, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, there was a Doug Wolfberg that raised his hand late, and so he is a panelist. I don't know if he wants to chime in. I'm sorry, I didn't jump in time.
Would you
Well,
like?
there's a motion.
Yeah, I know.
Would you like to withdraw the motion for a moment, Mr. Roy? Representative Roy?
I leave that to your pleasure. I'm not sure if you think we've heard enough testimony or not, but if you want, I will withdraw the motion.
All right, let's do that. Please, Doug.
I withdraw the motion.
Please be brief with us.
Thank you. Very brief. I am legal counsel to Replica and also for the Council of State Governments. And we strongly support New Hampshire staying in the compact, which is a CSG priority. And the one thing I wanted to comment on briefly is with the scope of practice issue, just to put a bow around that testimony, I really think it's important to sort of know that there's more and more health professions are moving toward evidence-based practice. We're seeing differences in state standards of care and state scopes of practice really level off, you know, compared to where they were 20 years ago, where it was more, you know, what a medical director sort of favored, you know, kind of this is the way I've always done it sort of practice. And evidence-based medicine is really moving EMS systems toward a much more standardized practice. Most of the differences you see are in what kind of equipment, you know, will we use this particular device and we use that particular device. So the medic just, you know, kind of uses what's available to them. So I just wanted to make that comment, and that's all I wanted to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Roy?
Yes, I'd like to reintroduce my motion that the subcommittee recommend to the full committee that section 2 be amended, struck out in its entirety, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
I will second that.
Thank you. So we've heard testimony from state health officials, state EMS providers, the federal government, all in favor of remaining in this compact. The only testimony we've heard against it is from the state firefighters union. We're not talking about a new bill. This is a bill that was already vetted and passed. And at the time, I don't recall that the firefighters union opposed it so vociferously. I'm not sure what brought this up now, but speaking of, a problem, fixing a problem that doesn't exist, this statute has not caused any problems. We've just now started to get it up and running. And I think that the work of previous committees and everyone that went into getting this involved deserve to, let's try this thing and see how it works. We're always able to withdraw later. I just think that when we heard all the testimony, it was all upsides that were real world. It would really benefit military spouses both in the state and out of the state. That means New Hampshire citizens who were in the military and were stationed in a compact state and vice versa. We've heard from EMS providers how this can provide real world benefits. We've heard that even if the governor made an order that would allow expedited licensure, we won't be able to review the background of these people in a quick fashion. We wouldn't know anything about them. This compact addresses that. So having heard all of that, I would just wrap up by saying that, again, the vast majority of the testimony we've heard is for this, and it provides real world benefits versus the hypothetical negatives from the folks that are against it. So thank you.
Thank you. I concur. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be voting against this motion. I look at this, I was here when this was passed. There were a number of folks against it at that time, me being one of them, and I still am. I don't think, like I stated before, having a seat at the table is necessarily the right reason to jump in, to be the first in, helping make the rules and do such with this compact. I look at some of the problems. I know this is boilerplate language for CSG for all of their compacts, and I have issues with that. Allowing these compacts to go and purchase, lease, or have a mortgage on places. We don't know where the money's coming from, where it's going, hiring employees, the scope of how big this is going to grow or where it's going. I also look at what the cost is going to be here to the state of New Hampshire as we further on go down the road. We heard just the other day in the nursing compact that they've hired their first employee and are growing from that point after being in place for quite some time. And I think all these compacts are going to be doing the same. And that's why this language is put there boilerplate. They're meant to grow, meant to have a fee associated with them and have a cost to them. Another concern I have in looking at this was that these members have qualified immunity, defense, and indemnification. Why they need that, I'm not sure. Why should they be free and clear from, shall be immune from suit and liability in their official capacity for any claim or damage? I'm not sure why they need that. So I have an issue with that. That's in all of these compacts about these folks that are on a commission. I also look at, there is language in there that deals with the military. It's that we could easily put into New Hampshire statute that says we will assist in license in a timely manner for those military families. If you look at the language, it's pretty easy to put into New Hampshire statutes to make sure we take care of the military individuals. The compact isn't needed to do that. Each state can do that quite simply, just by using the language that's in here, giving priorities to our military folks. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Peter Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe I'm a member of the subcommittee, so I don't have a vote.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? If not, the clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Roy,
That's the motion to strike section 2.
Did you call me?
yes. Representative Roy,
I vote yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Fellows,
I vote no.
finally the chair.
Yes. Thank you. Let's go to section 3.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Chairman? We just couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're done with this section. We're going to the next one, section 3.
We didn't hear the result of the vote.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Chairman.
3-2.
3-2 it passed. The ITL passed.
Thank you.
Section 3, relative to hearings of the New Hampshire Board of Nursing. It's a short section. It takes out a few words. It's sponsored by Senator Ward. Would anybody like to speak about it? Section 3, part 3 of the bill. Representative Fellows?
Yes, just to kind of reiterate what we heard for testimony on this bill, that all it does is open up to some other members the ability to be chair. And to be a chair doesn't really give you any special privilege. It just means that you're the one recognizing the people to speak and keeping the process moving along in the appropriate protocols. So I support this bill.
Thank you.
Or this section.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? If not, anybody can make a motion? You don't see a motion on this section?
I make a motion to keep this in the bill.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Roy. That's right. You ready? Yes, please.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
5-0. Recommended. Okay, moving on to part 4, membership of the Professional Standards Board.
Just
Would anybody like to speak about part 4 of the bill? Representative Fellows?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I used to work at the Department of Education for 30 years. So I'm familiar with this, although I wasn't part of it, I'm familiar with these two, I'm familiar with that board. And I think the change to designate the number of higher education and K-12 education representatives is appropriate. And the split is good because the majority of what they deal with in their work is on the K-12 side. And in terms of the second change, which just says, instead of saying somebody may only serve 2 terms. It says, it changes it to be 2 consecutive terms. And I think that's absolutely fine. There may be somebody who really can contribute a lot, and it's nice to let them come back after a break so that there's a rotation of people that are sitting on the board, and you just don't have the same board all the time. So I support this, keeping this in.
Thank you. Anybody else? Myself, I had trouble with this section because it seems like the limitations are being introduced, where you designate a specific number of people for the positions.
Did you have a question about it?
No, just voicing my concern. Thank you.
Can you say that again? Because I wasn't clear.
Yeah,
What you
it
said.
seems like it's limiting. You can be elected or
Oh.
appointed to the board. That's what. Yeah.
Oh, okay. If I can just respond,
Yes, please.
the way I look at it is it just keeps it from being like all higher ed or all K-12.
Okay, thank you.
May I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I make a motion to keep this in the bill.
Second.
All right, Mr. Clerk. Golly. Yep, yes, please.
Representative Roy,
No.
votes no. Representative Gold. Representative Gold,
Yes.
yes. Representative Fellows,
Yes.
and Chair,
Chair votes no.
ought to pass, failed, 2-3.
You need to can you please speak up when you're doing the voting? Because I can't hear the people in the room.
The vote failed. 2-3.
3-2.
Yeah. So, that's it.
I guess the next possible thing would be ITL. I move ITL.
Second. Discussion. Would you like to speak, Representative Fellows? You had your hand up.
No, just to reiterate what I said before, I think this is a reasonable change, and the split is in proportion to what they deal with.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, if you're ready.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please. Mr. Gold, Representative Gold.
thank you. I'm not sure I heard the reason for the objection to the changes in this section. Could someone just let me know what the objection is?
Oh, my objection, yes, thank you. My objection was we're restricting the composition of the board. And then the second part, yeah, I don't have a good feeling about the second part either, but primarily restriction on the board of the composition. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do. Please
Call roll. That would be Representative Roy on ITL.
I'm voting yes on the ITL. However, I am open to have my mind changed at the full committee work session. So whoever is supporting this, please be prepared to change it.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Goley? Representative Goley?
No. No.
Representative Fellows?
No.
And the chair?
Yes.
So the ITL passes 3-2.
So, can I ask Representative Roy what he had in mind?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Representative Fellows. Basically, the same concerns voiced by the chair. I'd like to just understand it further, and we can discuss it at the work session.
Thank you.
Oh.
So the next part is section 6 for us. Music therapists.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a member of the public out in the attendees. We have two that would have their hands up. Sure.
Or just one second. I would probably, as far as time goes, I would probably break for lunch for an hour between noon and 1, or something like that. Once we're done with this section.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
I have an appointment to donate blood and to the Red Cross, and it's at 3:30. So I need to leave maybe like at 3:10. And I did a lot of research on the very last section of this bill, the one that has to do with food codes.
Yep.
So if it would be possible to take that up, and allow a little bit of time for discussion on that, but before I have to leave.
Okay. So
Thank you.
3:10, you said? 3:10, is it?
I need to leave at, yes, 3:10.
Okay, yeah, we can do that after lunch. That will be section 12?
I think is it 13?
Oh, 13, right. Got it.
Yes, 13.
Would any subcommittee members like to talk about section 6, musical therapists? All right. How many members from the public do we have?
We have 3 now. We have Judy Simpson, Nicole O'Malley, and Susan Adams.
Okay.
So alphabetically, it'd be Judy Simpson first.
If you can limit it to say 2 minutes, because we've had hearings on this for a while, for a number of years now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee. My name is Judy Simpson. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the American Music Therapy Association. And based on feedback from last week's public hearing, we have sent amendment language to our sponsors. I'm not sure if you've received it. We sent it to Representative McGee and Senator Avard, basically replacing the current section that describes the practice of music therapy, section 5 within this category, and using language that was recently passed just within the last couple of weeks in the state of Maryland. The language in Maryland was agreed to by the American Speech Language Hearing Association, that state association representing SLPs and the music therapists, as well as the legislators. So we're confident that it addresses the concerns that were raised last week. And it clearly outlines that music therapists do not replace SLPs, and that if they're working with anyone with a communication disorder, that they collaborate and review treatment plans with the SLP. So we feel like it addresses the concerns that were mentioned in the public hearing, and it's our effort to move the section forward so that music therapists can obtain licensure in the state. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. I have not received any amendments yet. Our plan is not to really amend anything in the subcommittee, but to do so in the full committee. So there's time for that.
So would that something I should send to you directly or to
To all of us at EDNA.
be happy to do that? But like I said, it's the language directly just passed in Maryland. And it was what was requested last week by the ASHA, Susan Adams, who's also on this call.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the full committee needs to see it because I'm sure it'll be discussed. And
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
So
Next, please.
Nicole O'Malley would be next.
Hi, my name is Nicole O'Malley. I'm the government relations representative for the New England region of the American Music Therapy Association. I am the director of the music therapy program at the University of Rhode Island, as well, and the task force chair here. And I'm here to provide an overview. Rhode Island went through similar legislation in 2014 with our license enacted in 2015, and the increase in accessibility and frankly the degree program at the State University would not have been plausible without the licensure. There's increase in access. We are working with insurance companies. We co-treat and always have very closely with speech and language pathologists, and there have been quite a bit more access points to clients, which is really where this is coming from. You know, it's the people that we work for, the people that we serve that have so many struggles because of the systematic and even misrepresentation. We now have increased opportunities for other artists and musicians, and there's just been a significant change over the past 5 years. So I'm here in support, and any questions, please email me, or someone has their hand up. I don't know if that's to me. So I'm open. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you as well.
uh-oh.
We cannot hear you. Representative Schmidt.
I hit the unmute, but it didn't work. So now I've got it. Sorry. So thank you very much for your testimony. And of course, the issue is going to be the language that was just proposed. I understand we can't move forward because we don't have the actual amendment, but is this an issue that you're familiar with?
Who's the question to?
It's to the young lady that just spoke.
All right, please.
I am. I was the task force chair. We had similar challenges and worked with our local ASHA chapter. Judy would be probably more, she's our national government relations rep. So she is more well-versed as this has come up in other states as well. And the language she's proposing, again, passed in Maryland after this has occurred in multiple states. My state was before Maryland because it was 5 years ago. So Maryland is very, very current.
Okay, well, you understand that the issue. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the issue is whether this language is acceptable, because the committee has already several times supported music therapy. In theory, it didn't pass the Senate last time because of the pandemic situation. So the question is whether the Maryland language is acceptable. We see these two professions as complementary, not oppositional. And so we would like to be sure that we have a true compromise between the music therapists and the speech pathologists. So that language is going to be the acceptability of the language is going to be key to us. So if you can get your colleagues to be prepared to contact us before the full committee meets, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Representative.
Do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It sounds like here we don't really have that much to do because, right, if there's an amendment coming.
Right. I
Send it
agree.
to the full committee, right? Yeah.
I agree with your position on the issue, not having the amendment, but since we have a witness who's testifying, I want to make sure we have as much input from them as we can get. So thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. Anybody else would like to discuss this section that potentially will change?
We also have Susan Adams as the third speaker.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Susan Adams. I'm the Director of State Legislative and Regulatory Affairs for ASHA. And I did also send that language into the full committee after the hearing last week, and agree with Judy and Nicole. You know, this is language that we've worked out in Maryland that we all agreed to. You know, it was very important for ASHA to make sure that it read that music therapists can't treat the communication disorder itself, because that's within the scope of practice of speech language pathologists, but they can treat an individual with a communication disorder on communication skills.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't reviewed the amendment myself. I don't know if anybody in the subcommittee has. Oh, yes, please.
Ms. Adams, the problem before was that the speech and audio therapists claimed that this was across the borderline into their territory. Do you feel like the amendment addresses that?
Yes, we do. We do believe the amendment addresses that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we already have worked on this year. We need to review the amendment, I guess, after this at some point for the full committee. So would any more discussion on this section the way it stands today? So subcommittee members. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be brief. I think it's good to hear that all parties have come together and agreed to an amendment. And hopefully that amendment can be brought forward in the full committee and we can vote on this. It's good to hear them working things out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wants to make a motion for this section?
I'll move that this is inexpedient to legislate. I'm looking forward to the amendment. Just inexpedient to legislate.
Yeah, section 6. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, section 6. I'll second that. Any discussion?
Just to be clear, you're saying ITL, is that correct?
ITL on section 6, correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Representative Roy.
Mr. Chair, can we speak to the motion?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, didn't see your hand. Please, Representative Gawley.
Yes, I'm not in favor of the ITL motion on section 6. It sounds like we have an amendment out there that would solve all the issues that were brought forward in the public hearing, and all these folks have come together in producing an amendment. I wish we could talk about the amendment instead of going straight to ITL. So I will vote against the inexpedient to legislate on this.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that I agree with that. I think we should give the full committee opportunity to hear the amendment. It might change one person's mind, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Our vote is advisory. So I think that'll be done if the amendment is sent to the full committee with the explanation. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
So I believe I was asking Representative Roy what his vote was. on ITL. Representative Roy?
Lost my connection. I vote yes.
I believe that's a yes.
Yeah,
Somewhat squelchy, but there was a yes there.
Right, I don't, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Representative Roy cannot vote without having his video be on.
Which I now see.
I vote yes. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I had a technical fox paw.
Thank you.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Goley?
No.
No for Representative Goley. Representative Fellows?
No.
And the chair?
Chair votes yes.
So that would be ITL passes 3-2.
3-2 ITL passes, recommended. Okay, thank you. Part 8. I think we can do this. I think we can do 13 after lunch, like Representative Fellows suggested. Thank you. So let's try part 8.
Thank you.
Skilled professional medical personnel.
We do have somebody who would like to speak about this section. I didn't see his hand up, but he emailed before. So Douglas Osterhout from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Just 1 second. Anybody from the subcommittee wants to speak about this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fellows, please.
Thank you. This section is related to determining if people, mostly seniors, will qualify for community care versus being needing to go into a nursing home. And Medicaid payments are an important part of this process. So right now, the people who can make this determination by just assessing the condition and the personal hygiene and living skills that the client has. The group of people who can do that is fairly broad, and it can include nurses, but it can also include doctors, physical therapists, almost anybody who's been giving, reasonable, significant care to this individual and probably knows them the best can make that determination. This bill restricts it to being just registered nurses. So I'm not sure that, I guess I can't speak to what was the intent of the sponsor, but by restricting it is cutting many people who could provide a good assessment of that person to a registered nurse who might not even be familiar with that person's situation. So I see no upside to doing this and only a downside because it just, puts burden. It makes more work for registered nurses, which we always have a shortage of, and there's no benefit of this to the client. So I would want to take this section out.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this section, I'm not sure what to do. This to me, should be in the Health and Human Services Committee. It's well beyond our purview on ED&A. I know I watched a hearing yesterday that was in resources, and there was a 3-part bill that pertained to both fish and game, resources, and environment and agriculture. And there were people from all committees attending that to answer the questions and address the issue. And I just wish we could have the same happen here, because I think the Health and Human Services Committee would have much more input and are better to make a decision on this section than we are. So I'm asking that the chair reach out to someone from Health and Human Services from the committee and get some input. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with Representative Goldie's suggestion that we get some assistance. Testimony was quite clear in the initial hearing that this is not a question of treatment where the expertise, the medical training and expertise of a registered nurse is appropriate and even essential. This is a question of an administrative review of documentation and so forth, having nothing to do with treatment, and for which the individual doing the sorting, if you will, almost is being overseen by a further higher pay grade and training level. So I think that this part of the bill is not appropriate, but I think we would benefit from having somebody from Health and Human Services, confirm what the testimony showed.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just resent to the full committee a letter I got from Chair Pearson of the Health and Human Services Committee. I reached out to him after the public hearing, and he responded with an analysis of this part of the bill, and he is strongly against removing it. He is strongly in favor of removing it so that we can have the skilled medical personnel perform these tasks and not limit it specifically to registered nurses, of which we have, of course, a shortage.
Thank you. I did send it late last night to the subcommittee members.
Thank you. I have it now, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't send it earlier, but I just got it yesterday.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Yes, I just want to confer with the chair again. It seemed to me that I was unclear about what your recommendation is. At one point, you are the chair of HHS is in support of removing this section from the bill, if I understood you correctly.
That is correct.
You are absolutely correct. He
Right,
thinks we
right.
should remove it because it has a chance of harm and no real benefit. So
Right.
I agree with him.
Well, the testimony was pretty clear that requiring a registered nurse is not necessary for the function that's being performed at this level. It's not a question of treatment where you need medical training. So I'm glad for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready for a motion.
Mhm.
Did you want to hear from the two members of the public that want to speak, or are you going to not do that?
I think we're pretty clear in the subcommittee what we want to do here.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to ITL, take this out of the bill.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, or enough has been said?
I think what I said and which Representative McGuire said better than I did that we're all set.
Thank you. Mr. Gollick, Representative Gollick, anything?
I think enough has been said, and I am happy with the response we got from the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
So this would be inexpedient to legislate motion on section 8 of SB 133. Representative Roy.
I vote yes. Just for clarification, though, this IPL means we would be striking this from the bill, correct?
Correct.
Then yes.
And the clerk votes yes. Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Goley, yes. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Yes. And the chair.
Yes.
Will that be unanimous 5-0 on ITL?
5-0 unanimous. To strike section 8. Part 9 of the book. I'm sorry. Or do we want to break for lunch? Just check. Yeah, let's take a 1 hour break until 1 o'clock.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll mute the room, and when you are ready to resume again, please remember to unmute.
Okay.
The computer up by the monitor.
Oh, I see. All right.
So I'm gonna mute it now.
Pam? Pam,
Yes.
can you tell me who the two people were that in the audience that wanted to speak?
Yeah, well, I can tell you it was Doug Osterhout from
Osterhout, okay, yeah,
Osterhout.
and who?
And the other, she's not, Granite Case Management. She's didn't have her own name, just Granite Case Management.
Granite Case Management, okay. I think I know where they would be coming from.
So, and I just want to clarify, when we come back at 1, we're going to take up section 13, correct?
Oh,
I believe that's what the chair said, and Sal.
Okay.
and I can't unmute the room from here, so
He
maybe
did-
he could nod.
Oh, no, my kids. I'm just,
He was pretty clear that he was going to take up your
yeah,
uh,
okay.
That's what I understood too.
your request.
I'm just going to let Colleen Smith know.
Sure, that would be good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Oh,
I can hear somebody.
all right. Oh, I am muted again.
Okay, so
Can you hear me?
yes, yes.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna take section 13, maybe around 2 o'clock, just proceed in order. And did you really want to bump it up to 1?
I would feel more comfortable with that because you did say right after lunch. So I would feel more comfortable with that because then if there's a big discussion, we just know we'll get through it for sure. Is that okay?
Okay.
Hi, this is Jackie Grotta calling. I just want to make sure that you're aware that there was an amendment that was set in to OLS for an amendment to the music therapy section of the bill.
Right.
That was
We discussed.
Hello?
We discussed that. We discussed that, Jackie.
That there's an amendment?
Yeah,
Yes, that was fully discussed.
Okay, and then, so is the committee going to wait until they get the amendment before they make their decision?
no.
I doubt it. They voted 3-2.
Yeah, he said that
They voted 3-2 ITL.
he said we could talk about it during the executive session, but that was the subcommittee's vote.
That's their yeah, and that's the recommendation. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, let's do section 13 right after lunch at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much.
See you later. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
All
I
right.
can hear.
great.
All right. Welcome back. Per request of Representative Fellows, we're going to discuss part 13 of SB 133. This section deals with food establishments. Do we have anybody who wants to talk about the section? Representative Fellows, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. I would like to say that I did a lot of research on this bill. And what this bill does, or this section of the bill does, is it puts in statute exceptions to the food code requirement related to a food protection manager being on the premises at food establishments. And food establishments includes a lot of places, includes grocery stores and convenience stores, but I think of it mostly in terms of applying to restaurants. And after my research, I've come to the conclusion that we do not need this section because there's no need for there to be a statute related to exceptions to the food code requirement. And the reason we don't need it is because there is already a process in place. HHS has a procedure that applies to food safety codes and actually other rules that they have that will allow an establishment to apply for what I would call a variance to the rules. They need to comply, but they may be able, the HHS can approve them to apply comply in an alternative manner. So we heard from Aroma Joe's, and one of their concerns was that they have so few employees, and they also serve a very limited menu. They only serve like coffee and bagels, and that it would be very difficult for them to have a person that was qualified on the premise all of the time. And I absolutely agree with that. But they do not need to put this in statute because Health and Human Services, the Food Safety Bureau, can grant them an exception to do exactly what they asked us to do. And my understanding is they already have that exception, what I call a variance. And I think to put it in statute, the way it's constructed, the section 13, it would help Aroma Joe's, but it's not really going to help other food service establishments, because the only exception they're making is based on the number of employees. And we have plenty, we have places that have more than 5 employees, but would legitimately qualify for a variance. An example of that would be a place that serves only ice cream and ice cream related items. And there's no reason for any of their employees to know the part of what the food protection manager needs to know about storing and handling raw meat, because they have absolutely none of that. So they could apply for an exception that would let them have 10 employees if they can work out a plan with HHS that they can ensure that their employees will be properly handling ice cream and milk and that sort of those sort of products. So we need something that will help all food service establishments, but at the same time protect the public. One of the way this is constructed right now, this would exempt small restaurants that serve seafood, including raw oysters and things like that, as long as they didn't have more than 5 food service workers. So I don't think that's in the best interest of the public. I think the process that we have in place right now in rules, I think can accommodate the concerns and the challenges that food service establishments have, and at the same time, Health and Human Services and the Food Service Bureau will be able to protect the public from potential poisonings and that sort of thing. So my suggestion is to completely remove this section because everything is already in place that's needed.
Thank you. Anybody else? Somebody on the attendee list?
Yes, Senator Gaida has his hand up, but I can bring him over.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, Senator. Well, we have a question from the subcommittee. Representative Gawley, if you want to let him go first.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can ask after the senator is done.
All right, Senator, please.
Thank you, members of the subcommittee. I'm the sponsor of this section of the bill, and there's some errors in the testimony of Representative Fellows. This bill does not exempt any establishment from the rules and the safety and food safety regulations. Let's give a little bit of background. The hardest hit industries in this state are the restaurant and hotel industries from the pandemic. And a very significant number of our small businesses were not able to qualify for the PPP loans and other things. And so, first of all, there's a labor shortage. Second of all, there's high turnover in the food service industry. And so the attempt of this legislation is to protect those small businesses that all of us have in our towns, okay? All it says is that instead of what HHS has to require on site a food service manager at all times, by the way, the cost of training those managers is on the business at $300 a pop, and in a high turnover, that gets expensive. This bill just says that a manager, a food safety manager, has to be part of the business, but doesn't have to be on site. And there are a lot of small businesses, including in Plymouth, where they have fewer than five or fewer people that actually handle the food. Okay, and so this is an attempt, number one, to bring relief to businesses. Number two, I worked for a year and a half with HHS, which in fact backed this bill, this section of the bill in testimony. They supported it. I spoke with John Williams about it. Okay, they supported this. So I'm somewhat concerned that this may be an attempt to undermine what the department had originally intended. There's no harm done by this. It helps our small businesses. It requires the same degree of safety. It permits the same levels of inspections. It just says that the small businesses with 5 or fewer people that handle food, okay, don't have to have a food safety manager on site. And the reason that's put in statute is because HHS did not want to deal with it. Okay. Their excuse is that, well, we haven't enforced this law because of the pandemic and we're just kind of being lenient. But the point is, this public does not suffer because of this law, but the small businesses that are struggling do in fact benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I have a question to ask as to whether Colleen Smith is available to answer questions.
She just raised her hand. I'll move her over.
Thank you.
Representative Terry Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the senator if he's still on. Could you please address Representative Fellows' comments regarding an establishment like Aroma Joe's? Are they currently under HHS regulations required to have a certified person on site? And am I correct in understanding your testimony that by putting this in statute, they would in the future only have to have one as a member of the local franchise? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. They may have applied for a waiver, but annually applying for a waiver, okay, is more work for a small business. They have several dozen outlets in the state. And so this statute, I don't want it to sound as though it is exempting only them from the requirement to have a manager on site. It's any business. The problem came to my attention when constituent Aroma Joe's, in fact, called me and said, this is really tough to cost. It's going to cost us tens of thousands of dollars a year to maintain the on-site person. And that was in the genesis of this legislation. But it in no way accepts a single business. It's any small business as stated in the statute.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Yes, I would like to ask Senator Gaida if he thinks an establishment with five food service workers that sells raw oysters and meat should be exempt from having. And having the way it's worded in this statute, it says that they need a food protection manager on staff. It says nothing about how often they have to visit the kitchen. They could be on staff and go there twice a year. Do you think that that's protecting the safety of the public?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think you completely misunderstand the intent of business is not to be irresponsible. Okay, and I suspect that if a small business poisoned somebody, they'd be out of business very quickly. Okay, this does not in any way reduce, and the presence of a certified food safety manager does not in any way guarantee the safety of the food being served. This is about not eliminating the standards, not exempting businesses from the standards or the inspections. This is about exempting businesses from the requirement to have a person on site. The regulations remain the same, the inspections remain the same, etc.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be for Colleen Smith. I have a couple questions for her regarding this bill. So if anyone has any questions for the senator, I'll defer until then.
Thank you.
I just have one question to follow up, Mr. Chair, for the senator.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. real quickly, just as an example, let's say I wanted to open a business tomorrow, selling coffee and donuts and bagels or what have you. Under the current regulation, I would have to have someone certified on site at all times. Under your proposed legislation, I would just have to have, for example, me be certified, but I would not have to be there at all times. And that would not exempt me from any of the food health regulations. It just means that I wouldn't have to have someone on staff there at all times, because just having someone there does not require them to do any extra safety precautions, merely that they're certified in there. Is that correct?
That is correct, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Colleen Smith, is it?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator for the food protection section within the Department of Health and Human Services, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding this legislation.
Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being with us today. My first question, and I have a few. My first question is, can you tell me, it says food establishments having 5 food employees. Can you give me, what's the definition of what's food employees?
So there is a definition in the food code for a food employee, and that is an employee that is involved in working with unpackaged food, food equipment or utensils, or food contact services. So it wouldn't necessarily be a waiter, waitress, server, unless they had other responsibilities such as making salads or desserts or some other types of food preparation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And follow-up?
Follow-up.
Is there currently a process in place for waivers for individuals, for businesses such as Aroma Joe's?
So we do have the ability to grant variances to our rules. There's an application form for the variance. The applicant would explain what rule they are requesting a variance for, and then also put in what measures that they would put in place to be equally protective of public health that the rule was in place for.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
So in the circumstance of a business such as Aroma Joe's that has numerous shops around the state, would that be one variance or would it have to be for each individual?
So each individual establishment would be expected to apply for their own variance.
Thank you.
One more follow-up.
All right. Follow-up.
I know when we had the public hearing originally, that there was discussion about something being worked on in rulemaking. I just want to go back to that. Is that a viable option versus what we have in front of us?
As I mentioned during my testimony during the hearing, we were working both tracks, the legislation and amending our rules to mirror what is set forth in the statute.
Thank you. Mike Sillen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Mike Sillen from Aroma Joe's Coffee. I would like to comment on one of the questions that Representative Gawley has just asked Colleen. I would like the subcommittee to understand that every city in New Hampshire does not have their own health inspectors. So I want the subcommittee to understand the variance is available through HHS for the cities that use state health inspectors. Cities and towns that have their own health inspectors, some will recognize New Hampshire's variance, some require their own variance to this rule. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that if you are operating in a town that has its own health inspector, which Aroma Joe's does, I have received the same variance from Rochester, New Hampshire, but there are other cities that are unsure what they want to do with it. They're unsure of even of how to enforce this rule, and they're unsure of whether they'll allow a variance to happen. So I don't want to just be subject to the rule where that's why I really am hoping that a statute can arise from this so that it's a state law, not leave it up to the individual districts to make that decision on a variance.
Thank you. Yeah. Representative Terry Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for HHS Colleen, if I could. I was wondering about how many variance requests they receive a year. Is it only good for a year? And are they ever denied? Thank you.
So I would say total, I'd estimate 20, maybe 20 variances that we would a year. We have the ability within our rule to have them be long a year, and there may be instances we would deny them. Like for instance, we have had places that don't have running water, and so we certainly wouldn't allow a place to do any kind of food prep or apply for a variance without running water. That would be an example of a variance that would be has been denied.
If I could just quick follow up, what about this specific regulation regarding having the person on staff on site?
So we have the requests that we've had to this requirement have only come from Aroma Joe's up to this point. But as Senator Guida mentioned, this is a fairly new requirement, and due to the pandemic, we have been very slow to be able to enforce this rule.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, and I just want to put one point of clarification. As the statute is worded, it is only applicable to food establishments that are licensed under DHHS. The self-inspecting, 15 self-inspecting communities that Mr. Sillen referred to, as the statute's written, this does not apply to them. It's only those that are regulated by DHHS currently.
Thank you. Representative Fellows, or I'm sorry, Representative Fellows. Mike Sillen, if you have a comment on the previous conversation, please.
I do, thank you. And thank you, Colleen, for that clarification. I would like the subcommittee to know, though, in most instances, in my experience, all of the cities and towns that self-inspect look to the state to see what they're doing. So even though they would not be subject to this same rule, they are enforcing it, and they look, like Rochester, for example, said, well, what is the state allowing you to do? And I said, they're allowing me to apply for a variance. And he said, okay, can you send me the same stuff? So I literally sent him everything that I sent to HHS in Concord to Bob Vino's office in Rochester, and he allowed me to get the same yearly variance. And that's what I'm afraid of. Even though they may not be, they're not subject to it, they certainly look to Concord in making those decisions.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Ms. Smith if she feels comfortable in putting into the RSA that a restaurant that prepares raw seafood, serves raw seafood, and is she okay with those people not having a food protection manager on site when food is being prepared? Because it seems to me, if you're not going to do that, what's the point of having any food protection managers?
Please answer if you have an answer. Colleen Smith.
Sure. So I do just want to point out that we, even if this establishment has 5 employees or less on duty, they do have to have that one certified food protection manager on staff. We do feel very strongly that there is a strong correlation to having that trained, educated person on staff to be able to install systems within the food establishment to be able to run it safely when they're not there, when that person in charge, that's the certified food protection manager, is not there. There would be, certainly other enforcement tools at our disposal should we find a particularly violative food establishment. We could remedy that, more training or more education is needed based on a poor compliance history. Should we find during inspection that, that things aren't in place in the absence of that certified food protection manager. So we feel that having the one person on staff is very important, and that should the situation arise, that there would be means where we could request that other employees are also trained.
Thank you. Senator Gaida. Please unmute. Senator? Yeah.
There we go. Thank you. It's important to understand, for example, that bed and breakfasts have been exempted since day one. And so the small restaurant establishments, again, to emphasize, they are not exempted from the requirements for sanitation. What they're exempted from is the requirement, the very expensive requirement in a very high turnover environment of food service workers, of repeatedly training workers time after time after time when they go to other places. The certification does not follow the worker. Certification it follows the worker, it doesn't stay at the establishment. And so that food safety manager position is important. They don't just stand there and watch. They develop a program for the business that is reviewed by HHS for its compliance with the requirements for safety of food. And that is their responsibility as a business. And HHS manages that. There's I think 8,000 businesses of this type in the state. And so, again, we're looking at a significant number of training costs for a lot of these small restaurants. The Restaurant Association supports this bill. They understand the toughness of business environment in these small businesses to begin with, and the extra cost that this would bring that would cause more harm to an already devastated industry. This causes no less safe presentation of food or preparation of food by the public. Again, the standards remain. It's just the requirement for a person sitting there. A food service manager could be a cook, it could be a bookkeeper, it could be whomever. They don't stand there and watch. The issue is the training of the employees, and a manager that is part of the ownership of the company, as opposed to a food service manager requirement on site, is equally invested in making sure that they do the right thing. And HHS is invested in performing the inspections to ensure the compliance with those standards. And when those compliance standards are not met, HHS takes responsible action.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who to address this question to. Hearing mention that there are several localities that the state does not inspect or would not need to comply with Health and Human Services, would Mr. Sillen still need to request waivers from each of those communities, even if this bill passes?
Who can take that? Mike Sillen, please.
Hi, thank you for the question, Representative. Colleen, if you're still there, I certainly would value your opinion on this. I can speak to my experience with the towns that I have stores in. Is yes, they do allow us to apply for a variance. In the one city that I have 5 stores in, Rochester, New Hampshire, they granted me that same variance that the state granted me. In the other cities that we operate in, for Dover, for instance, in Portsmouth, they are aware of the rule. Their interpretation of the rule is that I do not fall into a category where they're worried about enforcing this rule. So that's the most simple way that I can answer that question. Some municipalities that self-inspect are requiring a variance, others have not required it. but that could change at any time. That's why I'm trying to stay away from the rules. They can be changed or interpreted by many different people, different health inspectors. Once they turn over, let's say, Jamie leaves Dover and a new health inspector comes in and wants to enforce this rule, I'd have to start the variance process with them. And who knows if that person will allow me a waiver.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as a member of 15 years standing on the GELCAR, I'm wondering, is there because of course the rules have the same effect as the statute. They fully have the force and effect of law. The only thing about rules is that they have to originate from a statute. The agency can't make determinations on its own, independent of the statutory requirements. So my question would be whether there is, for Ms. Smith, the question is there something missing in the statute currently that this bill would replace or would fill the gap?
No, as I mentioned before, we do have the pieces in place to do the rulemaking. We've already filed the fiscal impact statement with the LBA. We're just currently within that section of the rule talking about certified food protection managers. We have exempted certain facilities from that requirement. For instance, the bed and breakfasts, as Senator Gaida had mentioned earlier, the retail stores without food preparation, such as a Rite Aid, a Cumberland Farms, a Dollar General, that they are not currently required to have that certified food protection manager. And so we would be looking just to expand that section of the rule. And again, it mirrors our proposed language mirrors that is what's set forth in the statute.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to be coming before the GELCAR with a proposed rule change, which clearly you can't do unless it's based on a statute, as I said earlier. So you're in the process of developing those rules as we speak?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that follow up again, Mr. Chairman, so that it's not dependent on whether this bill survives or not.
That's correct.
You couldn't be developing a rule based on a prospective statute. You can only base it on an existing statute. So my question is for those who are not familiar with the GELCAR process. So you're telling me that you're currently developing a rule based on existing statutes that would resolve this issue.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Members of the subcommittee? Yep, Representative Fellows.
Yes, for Ms. Smith. So what sort of criteria, I know that already bed and breakfasts in the places you talked about that just basic and Dollar General that just have basically that packaged food, they're exempt now, and there's no reason that they would not be exempt from the food protection manager also. But isn't the criteria that those places ended up on that exemption list, doesn't that have to do with the safety related to the food items that they're serving, and that the possibility of those being contaminated and making somebody sick is extremely low? And isn't an exemption that's based on the number of workers very different from that criteria?
Is that a question? That's a
Yeah,
question.
that's a question.
To Smith?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Sure. So currently, those types of establishments that I mentioned that have no food preparation, so they're exempt from the certified food protection manager requirement altogether. As the language in the proposed bill mentions, and also in our rule, the types of establishments that would have the exemptions is just for the presence at all hours of operation. They still are going to need to have that certified food protection manager on staff, but in these certain instances where it's only reheating food or handling ready to eat food, or the instances of the 5 employees or fewer, they have to have that person on staff still.
So follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, so on staff, tell me how often they have to be, will your rules say how often they have to be in the establishment? Because on staff, especially if you're dealing with a bigger company that has multiple sites, that could be one person on staff, apparently in the head office doing accounting, might be certified, and that person, how often do they have to go and visit the kitchens that we're talking about, that we're trying to make sure are operating safely?
We didn't put that level of specificity on staff as far as having a FaceTime or an actual in establishment presence. However, the expectation would be is that they would have that presence to be able to make sure staff were trained appropriately according to their duties, having at least that one person that has gone through the training and educated in food safety on their employee roster.
Thank you. All right. Any more discussion on part 13? All right. Senator Gaida, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned at the apparent failure to understand the rigors of doing business in those that are opposed to moving this forward. The certification evaporates when the employee leaves the business. It's not even transferable to the next business. That incurs a cost on any subsequent business that person might need to be worked in. Okay. And once again, this does in no way diminish the safety requirements, the degree of inspections, the number of inspections. It puts the responsibility for running the business on the business, and the responsibility for responsibly running the business on a very small business in a segment of our state's economy that has been devastated. Okay. And again, you have to come to grips with the fundamental question. Okay. Who is most qualified to run that business? Who wants that business to succeed? And who's interested in levying further unnecessary government regulations and restrictions and costs on the businesses that are struggling as we speak? That's fundamentally what's at stake here. This bill causes no harm whatsoever. This bill, in fact, helps small businesses that are complying, will continue to comply, because if they fail to comply, the 8,000 food businesses, or however many of those are exempted by this statute, okay, from having an on-site manager, not exempted from the standards, okay, this helps those businesses, including businesses in Plymouth, including businesses in Warren, including businesses all over the state, people that are struggling that didn't qualify for the PPP loans or the Main Street loans. Okay, this is about keeping our economy strong, not sacrificing in any way the quality of food produced, the safety of the production, or the responsibility of the owners of the businesses to make sure that their safety programs are in place. And of course, reinforced with the inspections by the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Representative Fellows, did you have a comment? Oh, that's from
I do.
Okay, please.
I would like to say that my parents owned a business and my family owned restaurant businesses, and I have worked in many restaurants. I understand the struggle of small businesses, and I also understand the safety issues of restaurants. And restaurants, when they're inspected, that happens maybe once a year. Maybe in those larger cities, it's more than once a year, but generally once a year. And that is not very good protection for the public. If for somebody to show up once a year is very low level of protecting the public and illnesses. And 3 years ago, I was served in a restaurant a serving of steamed mussels that included 2 that were not open and 2 that were cracked, which is absolutely not within the food service standards. And it's very disturbing that that would even happen. But a once a year inspection is not going to address that issue. So there's a very big value for having this requirement to have people that are certified as food protection managers in the kitchen, and Health and Human Services and the local inspectors have an opportunity to grant appropriate waivers. And I would hope that their waivers are based on the level of threat of the food that's being served and not on how many people are there. So I'm just concerned about public safety, and I'm very disappointed that Senator Guider doesn't seem to be concerned much about that at all.
All right, thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The requirements remain in place. The responsibility for the business, whether or not there's a food site manager on site, okay, and by the way, less than 500 incidents a year out of 8,000 restaurants in the state, okay? So once again, it's the question of more regulations on business that are not necessary because the current standards serve just fine. They have up until this point. In fact, the rules that are brought in by HHS are not even federally mandated, they're suggested. Right. So the question again before you is, in passing this legislation, you are neither reducing the safety margin for the public, nor the diligence required of the business. You are in fact reducing the costs to the business and the onus on the business of continuing to comply with paperwork year after year, continue to deal with the high turnover rate, and for which the certification disappears once an employee leaves. We are building a bigger bureaucracy that does nothing to increase the safety of the establishments, but in fact levies considerable costs and paperwork on them and is unnecessary. This bill does not exempt anyone from any requirements. How many times do we have to say that? And in food service management establishments where the food service manager, safety manager is on site, they cannot possibly watch every food service serving, portion, and delivery. They're there in a management capacity for a safety program. They do their own inspections. They don't sit behind a desk somewhere and not because they care about the business. Respect the business owners, allow them the responsibility, which has produced no problems this far without this regulation. Okay. So we don't need it at this point for those small businesses. The number of employees, once again, does not exempt them from the standards. It just says you're small enough that we respect the costs that this brings. Okay. And we understand that you are going to be responsible because in the business world, when people get sick in the food business, it soon goes away. You need to respect the owners of the business. Government does its job. This is unnecessary regulation that would require that food service manager's presence on site. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. All right. If we're done discussing it, I'd like to make a motion to recommend this part, the OTP.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Roy. I think there's a lot of confusion between towns, and the small shops do not really deserve to be forced into begging for an exception every time, day to day even.
Could you speak up a little louder,
yes,
please?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just saying that the small shops should not be forced into begging for this exception every time department rules change, and I would like to move this determination into statutes, the regulation of food protection managers. That's why I'm making this motion. Thank you. Representative Roy?
I would, sorry, I would second what you said. I think that this regulation, at this point, I have heard no evidence why it's necessary. It's an undue burden on small businesses. And there does seem to be some confusion about requirements between localities and the state. And seeing as it's a voluntary on the federal portion, I just don't see, especially right now, why we should be putting more weight on small businesses trying to survive. So I second your motion off the bat.
Thank you. If there's no more discussion, Mr. Clerk. So Representative Fellows?
Yes, I would just like to speak to your motion. And if it ought to pass, I see issues with it related to definitions, because there's no, we don't have a definition of food employees. So this is in statute. There's no way somebody would be able to know if that covered the wait staff or not. And also the requirement to have food protection manager on staff, I believe also needs some kind of clarification, because staff where, staff at that establishment, and just something that says something about how often they actually go there to so that they're not on staff and they never, they visit twice a year, because the food service, the inspectors that go need some kind of standard to know if they're doing what the intent is for those food protection managers to do, which is be training those staff that work there to adhere to the food code.
Thank you. I would love Senator to provide some guidance on that. Seems like good questions. Senator, please.
Thank you. In fact, every term in that legislation is defined by HHS. And again, everything that needs to be done has been done. If I may, specious requirement that a food service manager must appear so many times, once again, delves into over-regulating businesses. And again, I say that business people do not want to fail. They invest their life savings.
Point of order.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Senator. Right,
We're in the voting mode.
That is correct. Yeah, if you had an answer for Representative Fellows, I guess, question, or maybe it's better addressed in the full committee if you and her may discuss amendments, because we're not amending it today in any way. We will do it in the full committee if there's anything. So let's proceed with the voting.
So as I understand it, the motion is ought to pass, and Representative Roy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
No.
And the chair?
Yes.
So that would be ought to pass 4-1.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're going back to part 9 of SB 133, which is section brought forward by Senator Erin Hennessy, temporary licensure of certain licensed nursing assistants, LNAs. Do we have anybody interested in speaking about it? We do? Broderick, Pam, if you could bring him over.
Sure, he's on his way.
So is this 9?
9, yes.
Good afternoon, members of the subcommittee.
Hello.
So I have just one short piece to add here, and Lindsay Courtney, actually, it looks like she's still on, but I think she had to leave. My executive director. Oh, hold on. Let me begin. I'm Tom Broderick. I'm legal counsel for the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, and so the Board of Nursing is under our umbrella. We really just had one main concern we wanted to bring to the subcommittee's attention regarding the CMS requirements. So we are suggesting, let me just pull up the email, to comply with the Center for Medicaid and Medicare and Medicaid Services. We may need to add a section that states that LNAs that have completed those 100 hours are deemed to have taken a board approved course. I believe that this will, this is necessary to comply with the requirements for Medicare.
Would you, if you have text, would you send it to the full committee, please?
Yes, for sure.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Yes, just for Mr. Broderick, I'm just wondering if you can explain to me the meaning in paragraph 2 about, it says, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, the state-approved training program for licensed nurses, nursing assistants shall take into account training and experience required, you know, for that. I'm a little confused because the training programs, when I looked up the statute, I think I was looking in, nursing board rules. The training programs are one option for somebody to get certified, and those programs are like the programs offered at the community colleges that require something like 40 hours of classroom time and 60 hours of clinical. And the other option for LNAs is kind of like a apprenticeship, like on the job, 2 hours, 200 hours. So those are the two options. And I just don't, state approved training program, I don't know exactly what that means.
Tom Broderick.
May I defer to my executive director, Lindsay Courtney? She's a little more involved in the Board of Nursing piece.
All right, Lindsay Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. So there really is one way to obtain licensure status as an LNA. It's through attending a board approved education program that consists of 100 hours. And the reason for that is, even though that the state of New Hampshire can regulate nurses and nursing assistants and basically however format they choose, there are CMS regulations that limit the ability for long-term care facilities to be reimbursed to those individuals who have obtained specific training. And the specific training is that it has to be approved basically by a board or a state approved training program. So essentially all LNAs have to go through a state approved training program. We have a number of LNA programs, some at community colleges. So, we partner with some private entities as well in order to prove that. the concern that I have with this particular statutory provision is twofold. It's somewhat confusing. It seems to, I think the intent is to allow those temporary health partners to transition to licensure just by completing 100 hours of experience. If that's the case, then there needs to be some language in there, as Attorney Broderick mentioned, such that they shall have been deemed to complete a board-approved program, because otherwise they won't be eligible for reimbursement, or the facilities for which they work. The second provision of this is somewhat confusing because it essentially directs the training programs to take into consideration previous work performed. Those programs, they can develop their own curriculum subject to Board of Nursing regulations. So I guess it's not clear to me to what extent and how they would take that into consideration. So I think that needs, further clarification. I don't know if that answers your question, Representative.
Well, basically you're saying you're confused by the same thing that I was confused by.
Okay.
So what do you think is the path forward? I mean, do you feel comfortable with just saying, we'll just consider those 100 hours to be the same as a state-approved training program? That doesn't sound really great.
I don't think they're the same. I can tell you what the discussion was at the time that the emergency order was issued. The emergency order itself was the result of a lot of collaboration. The Board of Nursing and the agency were particularly concerned about the original idea and proposition, which was to allow individuals with 8 hours of a webinar experience to function as an LNA, because we didn't think that was appropriate in order to protect the public. The collaboration and the compromise was that these individuals could assist LNAs and obtain experience, essentially like making beds and that sort of thing. It's difficult to assess, the levels of experience that they obtained, and in order to assess the qualifications. So what the stakeholders concluded was that the Board of Nursing would work with the programs themselves in order to develop a situation and approval where the schools could take into consideration prior experience, perhaps less than the amount of hours required, or allow them to utilize prior experience to constitute 60 hours of their clinical work, because presently 40 hours of those have to be in-person learning, which is not represented here in the statute. So
what is the status of that discussion? Yeah.
We have not had in a program petition the Board of Nursing at this point in time in order to modify program approval to take into consideration these temporary health partners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just voiced the same concerns as Representative Fellows. And as I look at this, this is only for those temporary health partners who have completed this prior to April of this year. So it's just for a few individuals that worked during the pandemic, but I'm not sure, as we have had other testimony about the term temporary health partner. I think we just continue to look at nursing homes cannot get the help they need in the LNAs because they don't pay enough. And I think by creating this temporary health partner, we've even produced lower wages in the healthcare field. And I think it's going to be more difficult to find replacements for those positions. So I think there's some issues with this section. I'm willing to hear a little more about it, but as of right now, I'm not sure about voting on it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Yes, I don't even know who to tell this to, but what I would like to see in place of this is something that says like those temporary health partners can for free take the course, take the course at the community college or with whomever wants to offer it to them, and that the state pays their tuition and pays for their books and pays for the exam fee for them, so that it doesn't cost them anything. But then we'll know that they meet all the standards for that position. That's what I'd like to see. I don't think we can I don't know if we can stick that in the bill and as an amendment or not.
Not in the subcommittee, but.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Representative Bailey, I would liken this to a battlefield promotion. And I think Representative Goldie struck right on it, that it's a very few people within a very constrained period of time that are getting this. So, I mean, they didn't go to West Point, but they're getting a promotion on the field.
Thank you. That's a good analogy. Anybody else? Yep.
Yeah.
Any fellows? Yeah.
Yeah, we're still not addressing the Medicaid issue, CMS, I guess, because we're not addressing the CMS issue, because if we don't do something different with what we have here, then those people, if they go to work in a nursing home, the nursing home won't be able to get the Medicaid payments for those positions. So I think we absolutely can't just pass it the way it is. We have to either take it out or fix it.
Which lines are we talking about?
Mr. Chair, I see Ms. Courtney raising her hand.
I don't see that, but yes, please.
Thank you. The only thing I was going to say is to Representative Fellows' points, there are reimbursement programs that were recently expanded. It used to only be reimbursement directly to the applicant attending the program, but now we actually reimburse in conjunction with CMS and DHHS the programs themselves that it can sponsor individuals to go through. So for many people, if not most people, they do have eligibility for reimbursement. The problem is just finding bodies willing to take the program.
Does it cover all the costs, the fees and the books and everything?
I would like to get back to you on the specifics of that. I do know that we in the office do verify attendance so that checks go out, and it's somewhere in the couple $1,000 range, but I can give you specifics about the reimbursements.
Well, thank you.
All right, Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just one quick question, and it may also could be fixed in an amendment portion, but looking at this, seeing that all of this will take place to those temporary health partners who are in by April 1st of 2021, that this says it takes effect 60 days after passage. Couldn't we just amend that to be take effect upon passage? I don't know why we need to wait 60 days if these folks have already done their hours and completed everything.
I agree.
And maybe Miss Courtney could answer whether they could do it upon passage.
I would like that too, but yes, please, Miss Courtney.
Yeah, I don't see any problems with it, legal problems with it being effective upon passage. I provided that you make those changes regarding the reimbursement issues, and Tom and I can get you some language if that would be helpful.
To the full committee, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. We're talking about this reimbursement. I'd like to know what the potential cost of that would be, and does HHS have that in their budget? Because there's been no money appropriated for this purpose.
Thank you. Probably Miss Courtney again. Since you know most about the money, where is it coming from?
So for the most part, it comes it comes from DHHS as part of the CMS reimbursement. So it's tied into CMS reimbursement to the state. I'd have to get back to you with specifics, but it's not coming from state general fund dollars or even agency dollars.
Follow up.
Follow up.
But if we expanded it to cover everything Representative Fellows suggested, books, fees, and all this for these folks that this statute would contemplate, would that still be under the DHSS budget?
I think we'd have to look into that closely. I don't know that DHHS, I think we first need to determine exactly what the expenses are. I believe it's all expenses, but I think we need to determine what the expenses are. And then secondly, what they can do for reimbursement. We are reimbursing at a pretty good rate, but I don't know what's available from a CMS perspective. Most likely it would have to be, the agency itself would have to fund some of that, I assume.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I had in mind an amendment of my own. So the 60-day passage is I would like to take that out in full committee and make it upon passage. I also was looking to remove the April 1st date completely because that's passed and because we're still on the pandemic battlefield. So since we need more bodies on the battlefield, I'd like everybody who is able to help and go through this program to be there. This way we'll tie the status of temporary health partner to the end of the emergency order 42 or the lifting of the COVID restrictions. So my proposed amendment for the full committee will be to remove April 1st date completely. Thank you. If there's no more discussion, we can vote on it. Anybody would like to make a motion? I'll make a motion of OTP to recommend this part with further amendments potentially coming.
I'll second.
Seconded by Representative Gawley.
Representative Roy, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
That would be unanimous vote, 5-0.
Thank you. A 5-0 to pass, unanimous. Okay, moving on to part 10. Relative to the revocation of licensure for licensed emergency medical service units and emergency medical service vehicles. Would anybody like to introduce it? Part 10. No? I think I have co-sponsors here on the list, but okay. We got somebody in the attendees. Chief Romanello, please. If Pam, can you bring him over?
Sure, he's on the way.
Good afternoon again. I can explain a little bit about the bill if you guys and gals would like. Excuse me. Essentially, what we're trying to do is change language to be more in line with other healthcare professions, and give the commissioner the ability to change the wording from shall to may issue. And then the second piece of it is add, to add a letter of concern as a potential finding, as opposed to the only ability he has now is revocation or suspension of a license.
Thank you.
Certainly. I'm not going to answer any questions as needed, sir.
Sure. Thank you. Any discussion on this?
So,
Representative Fellows?
yeah, thank you. Does this apply to, this doesn't apply to EMTs, is that correct? It applies to like the businesses?
Talks about
Certainly. So it applies to all those that we license. So it would be licensed EMS units, any infractions on vehicles, as well as providers, ma'am.
Okay, and just one follow-up.
Follow-up?
Yeah, the term letter of concern, is that a description that you see in other statutes? Or is that unique, is going to be a unique thing?
So I couldn't point you in a direction, but it is something we've seen in other statutes. In the reason why, if I could just explain briefly, the benefit of the letter of concern is right now, if in fact there's a finding that does not substantiate an action in the future, so revocation or suspension of a license, the only mechanism that the commissioner has would be to suspend or revoke a license in the past, and that's what we've used. This would give another mechanism, another tool to say, all right, there's a letter of concern in the file, as opposed to actually take that action on a license, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you explain the necessity to change between a shall issue and a may issue, please?
That may be the question to the chief.
Certainly. So this was in line with other language. So for nursing and for physicians, and so we thought it would be a good opportunity at this point to get in line with the other boards as far as those that discipline providers and healthcare workers. I know there was some question in the public hearing where, could there be a case where the commissioner, chose to not issue some sort of action when an investigation found the necessity for that. And I don't think that this would be the case. It's just providing an option. I guess an example would be used is that, we encourage local medical directors and local agencies to first deal with issues as they avail themselves, and then it escalates to a state level. So there could be a case where a local unit and the medical director through the medical resource hospital agreement had put somebody on, we'll say, a disciplinary action and restricted their ability to practice aside from under a mentor or some sort of preceptor. And in the course of the investigation, we may have found a finding, but in that duration of time, they've already remedied the situation. And so at that point, they've already kind of met a penalty, and it's been appropriately mitigated in the same manner that we would with, we'll say, a letter of concern and some sort of educational requirements, in a investigation and a discipline for that. So, that would be the only time that I would say that we may not at that time issue some sort of, or the commissioner may choose not to issue a revocation, suspension, or a letter of concern. where there's already been a punishment at the local level, or not a punishment, but a corrective action, I should say. I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no more discussion, I'd like to make a motion to OTP this section to recommend it.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Roy. All right. Mr. Clerk, please.
Representative Roy, how do you vote on OTP?
Yes.
Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
So that was the unanimous 5-0 for to pass or whatever it is on the committee.
Correct. 5-0, section 10. All right. Moving on to section 11. Friendship. Relative to schools for barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics. Does anybody who is present want to speak about it? Representative McGuire. Please unmute. Representative McGuire. Yep.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was asked to look into how this fit with House Bill 575, which we passed earlier this year. Most of it is totally unrelated, but the one difference that matters is in the last paragraph of this section, where House Bill 575 talks about one moment while I get the exact language. This is on RSA 313-A:24, Roman 1. It's on page 50, line 5. House Bill 575 says to issue an apprentice certificate to any student receiving instruction within a licensed school or shop to learn barbering, cosmetology, aesthetics, or manicuring. The House Bill 575 says that it within a licensed school and or shop, so that individuals can get some training in a shop and some training as an apprentice within a shop. And that is the House position. So I would like to recommend that we amend the word or to and or, which will mean that there's no conflict with House Bill 575. I've given the Senate an amendment to 575 that says if this passes, their section Roman 1 would not apply, because this is a more thorough amendment, and the and or is the only difference that would make a difference. I hope that's clear. If not, I'll answer questions.
Thank you. All right. There's no more discussion. I'd like to make a motion to recommend section 11 to OTP.
Mr. Chair, with that change,
Oh, yes, with the potential amendment upcoming. OTPA, sure. Anybody can second it?
Second.
Representative Roy, seconded. Any discussion? not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
So the motion is OTPA with amendment, which we don't yet have, but Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
So that would be 5-0.
Yes. Section 11. I think that's all we got for today.
Did you do section 12?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
One more, one more.
One more. All right.
So close.
Yeah. I don't want to go back to the beach.
Yes.
Right. Section 12, telemedicine for psychologists, telemedicine for psychologists. I don't know. Oh, we have somebody present. To speak about it. Anybody from the committee, or we bring a guest in? Right. John. Joe. Pam in the attendees.
Yes, sorry, he's on his, well, I think he should be on his way. Now he is.
I don't see him anymore.
I don't either.
He's on the edge.
He's on. If I unintentionally delete it, oh, here he is. There we go. It just took the long route.
All right, Mr. John DeJoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. For the record, my name is John DeJoy, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire Psychological Association. I have to say my heart sank when you were just about to close the meeting before section 12, so thank you very much. This will be brief. As I said, I'm representing the psychologists, and the psychologists just want to remind the subcommittee of an existing issue that you heard about at the hearing, and that is in regards to RSA 329D, which is the PSYPACT that is currently in our statute, obviously, and is in fact the controlling statute on telehealth services where other state providers live in PSYPACT states. So to avoid confusion, our request is just adding the 329D language as an exemption in the language before you. And I have, there's, I believe, 2 places that we would recommend that be done. I have that language drawn up that I would be happy to send to the subcommittee, excuse me, and or the full committee for that.
Full committee, please, yes. So you are in support of this section, but you have some changes?
Yeah, we're fine with the section because every state in the United States is not PSYPACT, so there may be some psychologists who would benefit from this, but PSYPACT clinicians would already be covered by this under RSA 329D.
Yeah, please send your changes or amendments to the full committee.
Sure, I'm happy to. Mr. Chair, do we know what's the timeliness of this? Do we know when this is going to be exec by the committee?
Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. We are going to have a work session on it next Tuesday.
Okay.
But even if we reach full agreement on every section, we will not be able to vote on it for a week because we need to get a complete amendment.
Okay, so if I make sure you have my language by Monday, that should be enough time?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Broderick.
Good afternoon again, and for the record, Tom Broderick, Legal Counsel, the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I had testified to this on the full committee hearing. I don't want to rehash everything. In general, OPLC is neutral on this. I had brought up a couple points that is, I'm not sure OPLC thinks it's necessary. Anyone that has a New Hampshire license may practice through telehealth already. And I'm not sure why we need a separate license for someone coming in from the state, out of state, to do telehealth as someone licensed here. The standard of care really should be the same no matter what. So I'm not sure why we have sort of lesser standards for this telepass as we do for our full licensure. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to raise my concerns the same as Mr. Broderick on that. I remember that during the testimony as to whether or not this truly is needed, or if we are already pretty much covered under other areas.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Representative Gawley.
Just one more quick for Mr. Broderick. Does that mean those coming in doing telehealth from out of state will be paying an additional fee? Is that what I heard you say?
For the telepass, the proposed telepass?
Yes.
So my understanding, and I should say this was drafted by the Board of Psychologists, who is a board under our OPLC's umbrella. My understanding is it would be they would be charged a fee to come in under their telepass license. They would not need to also get a New Hampshire license. So someone in Louisiana, as we had talked about for another bill, rather than getting a New Hampshire license to be able to serve remotely through telehealth, someone here in New Hampshire, they could get a telehealth license.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So this would address somewhat similar to my concerns when we did talk about compacts and having compacts and people coming in. We have additional licensees working in state, not paying license fees here in New Hampshire for the services they're providing, but paying to a home state. This would somewhat alleviate my concerns by charging those that are licensed out of state, paying somewhat to a board a fee to practice here.
I mean, my understanding, yes, they, under this telehealth program, they would be paying a fee to the state of New Hampshire. It would be less than we'd be charging our full applicants. I think Dr. Warner had testified to that. So if we may be, right now by statute, we are charging for a New Hampshire license $300. I think she had thought this would be more along the lines of $90. So we'd be charging less to someone coming into our state remotely from out of state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not, I'll make a motion to OTP to recommend it to the full committee and OTPA because there may be an amendment coming.
Mr. Chair, I see Ms. Courtney raising her hand.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure. I just wanted to express that I have some concerns regarding this bill. I do not believe it's necessary. I appreciate the objective, which is to make it easier for people to obtain a license in New Hampshire, but I don't think that this bill is the way to approach it. So presently, right now, anybody can provide telehealth, telepsychology services with a psychology license. The issue is, and I think that the board has recognized it, is that people have difficulties with getting a license. But from my observation, the reason they have difficulty getting a license is because the actual rules are onerous, not the statutory requirements. I think that the best way to deal with this issue is to actually have the board amend its rules to make it easier for people to obtain a license rather than create additional licensing categories. I do want to note that the standard of care, how you provide care to people, has to be the same regardless of the platform that it's delivered. So it doesn't make sense that somebody receiving telehealth services with the same standard of care would, that somebody providing those services would not have to jump through the same hoops as somebody who provides in-person visits, because everything else is the same other than the platform through which these services are delivered. I just think that the administrative burdens regarding processing additional licenses from the Office of Professional Licensure really don't warrant the additional license as required. I think the board just needs to do its work and amend some of its existing regulations.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Courtney, do you have any question whether the board has the statutory authority to grant this under its current statute?
They do. So they do have the authority. So right now, with a psychology license, you can provide telehealth services to anybody physically located in New Hampshire. With a regular psychology license, you can also provide those services in person. Whether you need a license is based on where the patient is physically located. So a person with a regular psychology license can certainly provide telehealth services. And I will note for interest that 67% of individuals with an active license in New Hampshire providing psychology services have an emergency license. And I think that that's pretty telling about how easy it is to obtain an existing psychology license. But I don't think the answer is to create a new licensing category. I think it's to modify our existing structures to align with what the board thinks is appropriate for telehealth.
Follow up.
Follow-up.
Okay, so one of the questions that I was discussing recently was, with regard to when telehealth is involved, where is the service being provided? I mean, obviously the provider is someplace. If the patient, call them the patient, is someplace else, has it been adjudicated? It seems to me like the service is being provided where the patient is, regardless of where the doctor is. The patient getting the service, that's where it's being provided. But has that been adjudicated to your knowledge?
Not in New Hampshire that I'm aware of. But generally speaking, most states have taken that position. Other courts have taken that position. The state of New Hampshire, I would assume, has taken that position by virtue of the fact that when the state of emergency was enacted and everybody had to go to a telehealth platform, those providers that were located outside of state suddenly needed a New Hampshire license to continue to treat their patients. That's the general rule with telemedicine, is that the practice is deemed to occur where the patient is physically located.
Right, that certainly would be my logical assumption, but the question is not whether you and I agree about that. The question is whether the courts and so to the degree that you think it's been done some places, just not necessarily here. That's the answer. Okay, thank you.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if this is germane to this or not, but I've noticed there's a lot of apps popping up where you can get psychological services online through an app, through some type of video conference thing with psychologists from all over the country. How does New Hampshire handle that?
So if we would handle it the same way we handle any sort of practice. If they are providing services and there are patients located in New Hampshire, physically located in New Hampshire, they would have to have a license. If they don't have a license, then most of our regulatory boards, including the Board of Psychology, do not have jurisdiction over that matter. If we were to get wind of it, however, we would refer that over to the Consumer Protection Bureau of the Department of Justice so that they could take appropriate action.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the motion. I would like to recommend the OTP with OTPA with potential amendments coming in the full committee.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm making a motion to OTPA it with potential amendments.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Roy. I think this is a good bill. It actually helped consumers. And we're talking about the expediency when they need the services, if they travel between states, come and go out. This will help them in an expedient manner. Because they can still reach their doctor when they're visiting, when they're on vacation, when they're going elsewhere. That's why I'm making the motion. Representative Roy.
I would second what you say, and also strenuously say that we do definitely need some amendments to fine tune it, and I think that will happen.
Thank you. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to be voting against that motion. I think we heard in testimony that telemedicine can already take place without this. This is just New Hampshire that's going to be collecting its own fee. I think this section of the bill, the language in here needs more work. I would rather see it removed from the omnibus bill and brought back as another piece of legislation next year that can be really worked on by the committee to get a good product. I don't think it's ready for prime time, and I don't think we should be passing something that isn't ready for prime time quite yet and needs a little bit of work. So I'll vote against it and hope that I don't see a dire need for it to come out right now. I think we could do some work on it if it came back next year. So I'll be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk. Yes.
Please call the roll. So the motion is OTPA part 12. On part 12, Representative Roy.
Yes.
Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
That would be passing 3-2.
Representative Schmidt, did you?
I waited till you're done with the voting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to suggest that if Representative Goldie wants something better brought back next thing, obviously would depend on whether this passes or not. But to the degree that we voted to retain the bill, then we wouldn't have to fight the thing that the possibility that the bill in the second term would be blocked by the fact that we voted at ITL this time around. So I just want to suggest that to him, that maybe the motion we would want, if that's the way the committee wants to go, is that we would retain it and let it and work on it and so forth. Just a thought.
Yeah, we still got time until the full committee.
I know. I just wanted to run that past the subcommittee because obviously there's some issue here that we may want to further consider.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Representative Gawley.
I don't think there is the ability to retain certain sections of this. It's either amended one way up or down, and that's the only way we can do it, is to pull out sections or put sections in. We can't retain certain sections. It's a bill as a whole. It's an omnibus bill.
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately. Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Point well taken.
Makes sense. Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to agree entirely with Representative Goley. It's in or out. We can't retain a portion of a bill. But, and in fact, having it removed from an omnibus would not invalidate it for coming in next year as a separate bill. In any event, that's true for all of the sections.
Right. Thanks for pointing that out, Carol.
Thank you. I think we're done with this session for today. Thank
Yes,
you, everybody. Yes, Pam?
yes, it's absolutely.
All right, everybody go back to the beach. Well, we've got the beach to go to.
Thank you very much.
You can't see Terry's pina colada.
He's being discreet.